So good evening, everybody. I tell you who I see so far as Alderman. Alderman Hayes, Alderman Edwards, Alderman Skidmore, Alderman Cunningham, Alderman Sprouse, Alderman Edwards, I'm sorry, Alderman Robertson. And I'm sure we will have more to come. John Sexton, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Can hear you just fine.
Thank you. Okay.
Tina, can you change my name from Kathy to Eddie, please?
Yes, sir. I'm on it.
I mean, she's the boss of this house, but while I'm on the Zoom, I don't want anybody to know that.
So we will get started in just a second. Tina's working on a couple things, one of which is sending me an updated list of people for citizen comments. And we're still missing a couple aldermen. I don't see Alderman Waters. I don't see Alderman Woodcock.
I'm here.
Alderman Woodcock, are you with us?
Yep.
Thank you. Oh, there you go. Thank you. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Who else we missed? I don't see Alderman Waters and I don't see Alderman Bolt. Alderman Bolt, are you with us?
Mr. Bolt had a little difficulty with connecting in general committee.
We will give him a few minutes then.
Coming online as we speak. Yep, he's coming online as we speak, sir.
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here.
Alderman Bolt is with us. Has anybody had communication with Alderman Waters about being on the meeting or being absent from the meeting? We're delayed a little bit more because we have a phone number here that we've got to identify. Here we go.
I've called in on a regular phone because I can't.
Yeah.
If that's the number you're looking for, it's a 646 number.
I think we're ready. We're still missing one, but Tina, I'll let you tell us when we are live, if you could. Okay, I appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and call to order the meeting of the Hendersonville Board of Mayor and Aldermen for November 10th, 2020. We're going to begin as we typically do, and that's with a prayer and a pledge. And I hope you all will join me. First, we'll stay seated, and I'll say the prayer, and then you see the flag right behind me, and I'll ask you to join me in the pledge after that. But I am going to ask, Kay, can you go ahead and call the roll, please, just to make sure that everything is working, and we can continue.
Bolt,
Here.
Brown,
Here.
Campbell,
Here.
Cunningham,
Here.
Edwards,
Here.
Hayes,
Here.
Petrelli,
Here.
Robertson,
Here.
Skidmore,
Here.
Sprouse,
Here.
Waters, Woodcock,
Here.
Clary.
Here.
Looks like everyone's here except Alderman Waters.
Thank you, Kay. I appreciate that. Y'all please join me in prayer. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us together, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to do your work, and thank you for the wonderful blessings we have living in the city of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Thank you for what we've gone through recently, and that we can show that we are a democracy and we are peaceful. That's very important to our country and very important to the world. Appreciate very much the opportunity, as I said, for us to get out and have the opportunity to express our feelings and have a voice in our leadership. We appreciate that very much. Also, we appreciate the people who protect us here and the people who protect us far away, as well as the people who have protected us for several centuries. And please help us remember those people tomorrow as we celebrate that day, and help us remember those people every day. Especially want to thank you for the wisdom and for the gifts and the talents, the abilities you've given us to allow us to do your work, and help us to use that wisdom tonight, and help us to use it as we go from here. And please especially look after the folks that are suffering, especially those that are dealing with COVID-19 and any illnesses, and help us to find a vaccine for that quickly, and help us in the meantime and even after that to make sure that we care for folks, and that we care for people for whatever ails them, whether it be emotional, spiritual, or physical. We appreciate so much of what you've done for us, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Please join me for the pledge. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. I'm going to entertain a motion to accept our agenda. I've got to move to a different screen here real quickly. So here we go.
So moved.
We have a motion from Alderman Sprouse and a second. I think that was from Alderman Edwards.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alderman Edwards, I got your hand up.
Yeah, I'd like to add to the agenda Resolution 2020-59. That's the resolution regarding the capital outlay notes. That really should have already been on the agenda. It went through finance, I believe, September 22nd, as well as the Capital Projects Committee on September 29th. That really should have been on the agenda, so I would move that it be added for tonight for discussion purposes at least.
And this is the one that was withdrawn 2 weeks ago. Am I correct?
Correct.
I would probably have to defer to someone else, whoever withdrew it.
Okay. We have a motion from Alderman Edwards and a second from Alderman Cunningham. Alderman Cunningham, I sort of said that in the form of a question. Is that correct? You second that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry,
I
Mayor.
appreciate that.
Yes,
I
Mayor.
appreciate
There's
that.
also several sponsors that were added to that
Okay.
resolution as well.
So I see a couple hands up. Any discussion on this item? I'm going to go ahead and begin that. I want to let you know that it was on the agenda 2 weeks ago and it was taken off, as well as the fact that we had ample time after the budget to discuss that. And for some reason now we're in a rush to do that. I have a hard time with that. I think it's fitting to allow our new board to deal with that. The new board is the one that are the folks that are coming on, our three new folks, and the ones remaining. Those are the folks that are going to have to deal with the consequences of this decision. I've got a hard time with, especially three people that will be making decisions that the consequences the board will have to deal with after those three people are gone. I am open to possibly calling special meetings if this is so urgent once we get the new board in place. But as I said in the email that I sent out Friday as a courtesy, that I feel like we need to limit what we do tonight because we have some new folks coming on in just 2 weeks. I see a couple of people with their hands up. Alderman Edwards, Alderman Bolt, Alderman Hayes. Do you want to speak on this? Alderman Edwards?
Yeah, I guess I still had the floor. I made the motion. I mean, that's something, we can talk about the merits. All we're trying to do is add this to the agenda for discussion. And I guess the arguments you made and maybe people after me might go towards the merits, but I at least want to get to where we can put it on the agenda. So this is just a procedural matter right now.
Correct.
Alderman Hayes, anything on whether we add it to the agenda or not?
Not this one.
Okay. Alderman Robertson, anything on adding this to the agenda?
No, I also have some concerns, but I don't have any problems with putting it on the agenda for discussions. I've done quite a bit of research on this and I have quite a few comments once we get to the discussion. But I don't have any objection if the sponsor wants it on for discussion for procedural purposes to have it on the agenda tonight.
It won't be on the agenda just for discussion. It will be on the agenda for action.
Well, and I think the debate will be healthy and I'm prepared to debate that issue tonight.
Okay. Appreciate it, Alderman Robertson. Alderman Bolt, I apologize for skipping over you. Did you want to discuss adding this to the agenda?
No, I had something else to add, so that's
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to discuss adding this one item to the agenda? Please just wave at me. I think we're good. Okay, we've got a motion, proper motion by Alderman Edwards and seconded by Alderman Cunningham to add this to the agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Bolt,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
No.
Sprouse,
Aye.
Woodcock,
Mm.
I didn't get that. Woodcock,
Sorry, no.
Clary,
No.
none ayes, 3 nays.
I appreciate that. Okay, that passes with a majority vote. Tina, can you see if you can reach out to Alderman Waters? I'm getting a message that he's trying to get in and having a hard time with that.
Yeah, he just called me. If we can email him a new link, maybe that'll help.
Okay,
Yes, sir, I'm on it.
I appreciate that.
I can take care of it for you.
And Alderman Edwards, I should have asked this. I apologize. Are we going to make that item B under ordinances and resolutions?
Wherever you feel is appropriate, I'll defer to you.
I feel it's appropriate in 2 weeks, but we'll put it under on item B under ordinance and resolutions. Thank you. Alderman Bolt, I believe you had something else.
Yeah, I have several ordinances I need to add. They're kind of time sensitive, mostly out of parks. Ordinance 2020-43 regarding funds from general fund and hotel lodging tax reserve balance. You want to do one at a time or kind of do all of them at one time?
I think it's easier if we do one at a time. Well, let me ask you this. Are we talking about C, D, E, and F? All those that have your name on it? It might make sense to put them all together.
Yeah, that'd be fine. That'd be great.
Okay. So motion to add C, D, E, and F, and that's ordinance 2020-43, ordinance 2020-44, ordinance 2020-45, resolution 2020-60. Alderman Bolt, does that get it?
That does, yes, sir.
Okay. So we have a motion
I'll second.
Second.
and a second. I'll say the same thing about these as I said earlier, is that there are definitely some spending consequences to these. There are some other consequences to these. And I feel that since there are going to be consequences, that the people who are going to face those consequences should be the ones to make that decision. Alderman Hayes, did you want to speak on this?
Not on this, no, sir.
Okay. Alderman Bolt, I actually have your hand up twice in 2 different places. Did you want to speak on this again?
No, sorry about that. I'll try to fix that.
I can take care of that. Tina, have you heard from Alderman Waters?
No, sir, I've texted him and Mary Beth is reaching out via email in the background.
Okay. All those in favor of adding these 4 items, ordinance 2020-43, ordinance 2020-44, ordinance 2020-45, and ordinance 2020-60, please signify by saying aye when Kay calls your name. Those opposed, please say no.
Bolt,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Petrelli, Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Sprouse,
Aye.
Woodcock,
Aye.
Clary.
I'm sorry, no.
So that's 11 ayes, 1 nay.
11. So those 4 items are added to the agenda. We will make those items C, D, E, and F. Alderman Hayes, you have your hand up.
Yes, sir, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion and add to the agenda tonight. This is the resolution that I had Ms. Kay sent out earlier. It extends the term of our interim city administrator to March 31st, 2020. And it was approved by the general committee earlier tonight. Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Alderman Hayes, I've got a question for you. So
Yes,
this
sir.
just went tonight, right?
Say that again.
This just went to the general committee tonight?
Yes, sir. It just went to general committee and was approved tonight.
Okay, so it missed the deadline to get on the mailed out agenda last Thursday, am I correct?
Sounds like it.
Okay, has it gone to finance?
In the past, this has, about 3 months ago, we did this, but
This-
Go
This
ahead.
resolution hasn't gone to finance, sorry about that.
No,
Okay, has this met the 2-week waiting period?
I don't think so. I think that we already had a resolution just like it 3 months ago. And so I'm just asking that we
Okay.
approve this one in the same way.
Okay, you say we had a resolution that, just like it 3 months ago, did that one have the 2-week waiting period?
I suppose. I don't know, Mayor.
Okay. Did that one get sent out to us ahead of time?
I'm sure it did.
Okay, so this one is violating 3 of our policies. It hasn't gone the 2-week waiting period between committee and the board. It has not gone to our finance committee, even though it's going to have an impact on our finances. And it did not meet the deadline in order for it to be sent out to all the board members. I can't believe that some people are going to be okay putting this on the agenda. And I'll go back to the early item that I mentioned also, is that there are going to be consequences to this. And I don't feel that we should have items on our agenda with significant consequences if the people who are going to deal with those consequences are not on the board currently, and we know that 3 people will change. I'm very disappointed in this. Alderman Cunningham.
Mayor Clary.
Hold on, I'll let Alderman Cunningham, we'll come back to you.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I just wanted to mention, I think the date was supposed to be 2021, not 2020 on the extension, March 31st, 2021.
Okay, why don't we fix that when we get to the actual resolution, if it gets added to the agenda. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for pointing that out. Alderman Sprouse.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hayes' motion is appropriate. I apologize to him for you trying to rattle him with questions. The process with adding things to the agenda that have not been before committee more than 2 weeks ago is that they are to be presented when the agenda is approved, and a vote of 7 can add it to the agenda. So if a vote of 7 adds it to the agenda, no processes, no procedures are being violated. And it's very unfortunate that Mr. Hayes' motion is being colored by that accusation. Thank you.
Well, thank you for addressing one of the items, which I still don't agree with you on that, but the other 2, this did not get to us before the deadline that it should have gone out. Don't understand why it needed to be rushed and got to us literally after the 12 o'clock hour, as late as it could, and actually beyond late. And also don't understand why it has not gone to the finance committee. And I don't think anybody can explain those situations with a satisfactory answer. Alderman Hayes, I'm sorry, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, Mayor, when the new board sits, all it would take is 7 votes, and you could pull this back in December when we meet for business if there's really a concern there. The new board is going to have the same powers that we do today. 7 votes is all it would take to just turn this right around and pull it back. Thank you.
Alderman Hayes, thank you. Alderman Robertson.
I have a question for the sponsor, if it's okay.
Sure.
Alderman, let me ask you a question. What is the urgency of this, or when does the contract end for the interim CA as it presently stands?
It's currently been just about 3 months ago, we approved it to go through the December 31st time frame. And knowing that then it'll be the middle of December before we sit down for business as a new body, rather than wait to the last minute, then I just thought about it tonight, and I said, why not just go ahead and present it to General, present it to BOMA, and so it's through December 31st to answer your question.
So the urgency is that we will only have 2 meetings before the expiration of his contract.
That's correct.
Okay. With all due respect, I was a co-sponsor on the earlier resolutions to extend the interim director or the interim CA. I cannot support this because I don't see the urgency. I think the timing is bad for a lot of reasons.
Yes, sir.
And so I can't support this. I appreciate your attitude on this, but I supported it in the past, but I can't support this because I think the new board will have adequate time if that's a direction they want to go. And I just think it's a move that isn't necessary. So thank you, Alderman Hayes.
Alderman Robertson, I appreciate you. I know that we can always disagree, but we don't have to be disagreeable. Thank you.
Alderman Hayes, Alderman Robertson, thank you. Again, the discussion right now is on adding this one item to the agenda. I don't see anybody else that wishes to speak on this. All those in favor of adding resolution 2020-70 to the agenda, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name. This is just to add it to the agenda.
Bolt,
Aye.
Brown,
You're muted.
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
No.
Skidmore,
No.
Sprouse,
Aye.
Woodcock,
No.
Clary.
No.
That's 8 ayes, 4 nays.
That passes with majority. Do we have any other proposed amendments for the agenda? So Kay, help me out. I don't see anybody else asking to amend the agenda. I want to make sure that I know what we have going on here. So we have the agenda that was mailed out, that was emailed out on Friday. And we are going to add as item B, resolution 2020-59. Then we're going to add items C, D, E, and F, and those are resolutions 2020-43, 2020-44, 2020-45, 2020-60. And then item G is going to be resolution 2020-70. Kay, does that seem correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now let's take a vote on the agenda as amended. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Bolt,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
No.
Sprouse,
Aye.
Woodcock,
No.
Clary,
You're muted, Mayor.
No, thank you, Kay.
9 ayes, 3 nays.
So that passed with a majority. Now I'm going to ask that we try to figure out the problem with Alderman Waters. Tina's on the phone with me. I'm going to mute myself for just a second to get an update here. Okay. So this is what we have is Alderman Waters, our IT folks have reached out to Alderman Waters. He has not responded to them. He's responded to me. And I think Alderman Woodcock, you said he responded to you?
Yes. Are they calling his cell phone by chance? That's the number he's calling me from.
Let's check that. I have to mute myself to talk to Tina. Otherwise, there's too much feedback. Okay, I'll come right back. So just to give you all an update, the link that he received was for a previous meeting, not for this meeting. We'll come back to you in just a second. We're, we're still working on it. I'll be back in just a second.
Mayor, can I suggest something?
Yeah, Russ, go ahead. I have to hit mute for you to talk, okay?
Okay, can we move on to citizens' comments and committee reports, some non-voting items? I would, with all due respect to Mr. Waters, but wait for him to connect on voting items.
Russ, probably, but right now they're talking on my phone through the speaker on my desk phone. But that's an option. We seem this far away.
Okay.
So we think he's in Zoom and getting in the meeting. And I'll come right back to So Alderman Edwards, we're going to go ahead with your suggestion. The problem we had was that I wouldn't be able to participate in the meeting because I had so much noise going on here between my cell phone and the speakerphone. So now that we feel like we made a step, I can turn off my cell phone and we can go forward. So I appreciate that suggestion, and we can move on. So
Well, just a suggestion, just whatever.
I appreciate that. We have no presentations. We have no public hearings. Next, I'm going to entertain a motion to approve our minutes from October 27th, 2020.
So moved.
Second,
Motion from Alderman Robertson, a second from Alderman Cunningham. All those in favor of approving the minutes from our meeting on October 27, 2020, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Bolt,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Cunningham,
aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Sprouse,
Aye.
Woodcock,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. That passed unanimously. Next, we have citizen comments. We have several people, I believe 9 or 10 people signed up. Speakers must identify themselves by name and address. I'm probably going to do that for you. Public comment shall be limited to 5 minutes per individual. That time is not transferable to other speakers. All comments are to be directed to the presiding officer, not to aldermen, city staff, or other members of the public. Comments must address issues, not individuals or personalities. Personal attacks shall not be tolerated. Comments may support or oppose particular issues or measures, but the motives of those with differing views shall not be questioned or attacked. Malicious comments will not be allowed. Speeches for or against particular candidates running for public office will not be allowed. First person we have signed up is Kimberly Overton of Creekside Court. Kimberly, I'll let you know when we're ready for you. Hold on one second. Okay. Kimberly, do you hear us? Kimberly, we don't hear you. We think that you're with us, but we don't hear you. Kimberly, we will come back to you. Next, I have Candace Webb, 228 Sanders Ferry Road.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
You're good.
Yeah, great. This is the first time I've done it on Zoom. I just want to address 2 things rather quickly. The first thing I want to address is this added item or brought forward item for the loan, the 6.5 million, I think it is. I've got a couple of reasons I don't want this passed tonight. The first one, of course, is I never believe in a lame duck session doing anything that involved taxpayer money. I think that's something the next board should be dealing with, and the next board is not going to be the same as this board. So I feel pretty strongly that you shouldn't pass anything tonight that's going to cause taxpayer money to be spent with 3 outgoing elected officials. But I've got what I think is even a more important reason not to pass it tonight. We are in the middle of a pandemic. We still don't know the full impact that pandemic is going to have on the city's sales tax revenue and any other revenue that we have. We have shops that closed up for months. We have people who've been out of work for a long time. Even though the shops are starting to open up again, people are not spending like they used to. They've slowed down. They go in the store and they get out because of germs. People don't have the money they used to spend, impulse buying, fun shopping, entertainment. All of that is going to impact our bottom line. And we, at this point, don't know yet how badly we'll be impacted. So I don't understand why we would even vote this quickly on such a large loan that the taxpayers are going to pay back. Well, we don't know a couple months down the road what kind of numbers we're looking at. So that's another problem I have with that passing tonight. If like the things that are on there, I've read online, the firehouse has been needed. Yes, it has. But I read it's been a long time that it's been needed. That's great. I get that. But why can't it wait 2 more weeks till the new board is in place, since the new board has to answer to the taxpayers if the pandemic has hit us hard enough that we're in financial stress a few months from now. The ones that are leaving, they're not going to have to answer to the taxpayers, the new people are. So I'm hoping you'll all realize that we need to wait. I say longer than 2 weeks, but we need to wait at least 2 weeks. The other thing I want to bring up is this resolution that just got brought up about extending the CA to March 31st. It was said, well, we had a resolution just like this, the same resolution 3 months ago. It was not the same resolution unless you're going to spend that same money that we paid the CA. If somehow you're going to make it magically appear and pay it to them again, because it is not the same resolution when you're talking about spending more taxpayer dollars to extend until March 31st. You can't compare the two because it's a lot of money. I believe that the city overwhelmingly told you they don't want a CA, overwhelmingly. And why in the world would this even be talked about tonight instead, again, of waiting until the whole board is whole? And that's not going to happen tonight in our lame duck session, quote unquote. So I'm hoping that you'll at least put that off as well, because we all know the responses that occurred publicly about that CA. It had a huge impact on many things, including the election, and why that would have to come up tonight, I don't know. Here's my other question about that. The mayor brought up some good points. Policies weren't followed, deadlines were missed. So is it even going to stick? Why even discuss it when it probably is going to turn out that it wasn't done legally anyway? So I'm hoping that you'll vote not to do that tonight, and you'll wait and do all the notices the way you're supposed to, the deadlines the way you're supposed to, and do it properly and with the new board. And let's see, let me check my notes real quick. I think that's it, other than please respect the voters. They spoke, on November 3rd, please respect the voters when you make these calls tonight, and you know how the public feels, you know how they feel. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Candace, thank you. Next, we have Matt Campbell of Glen Oak Court West. Go ahead, Matt.
Hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
All right. My name is Matt Campbell, live at 107 Glen Oak Court West. I believe the lady that just spoke before me kind of hit on some of the things I was wanting to talk about. Brought before us is we're already working, as Vice Mayor said, on a bare bone budget. And we're wanting to add more money, loans, bonds, everything else. I think it was 6.5 million that was just sent out today. Numbers could be a little off. I think with the interest, we'll pay back 8 million. And I think a lot of city employees are going to look at this as, we didn't get a raise, but we didn't lose anybody, but nobody got raises, but we were able to keep our employees. But yet here we are asking for more money after we just did our budget. And I know it's going to go to the fire department and the parks, which are two organizations we very much well need. But as I was looking on social media today, and during that discussion, I know a lot of people had a lot of opinions about it. And just one of them, I just wanted to read the quote, and it was from the chief, the fire chief. It was not included when it was brought up. It was not included in the budget as we were asked to make dramatic cuts, which we did. If you can't hire folks because we have a hiring freeze, no need to ask for a station. Well, that was a month, 2 months ago. We're still in a pandemic. We don't know when this is going to end. So I don't know why we would be asking for money right now. We're in a hiring freeze and we can't give people raises. We don't need to be spending more money that we don't have. It's not going to affect anybody on this board, but it might affect your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. Everything that's going on is going to affect your family. Even though when you leave this board, it might not affect you right now. But if you care about your family, we need to really look into this. Second, I'd like to talk about in-person meetings. I know a lot of you are probably tired of Zoom meetings. Maybe so, maybe not. I spoke with Kay this morning. I asked her, why can we not have in-person meetings? She told me back in March, y'all talked about it, and unless the board decides to do it, we're not doing it. I reached out to the members that don't have me blocked and asked them why we can't have board meetings. Theirs is, it's the mayor. Awesome. I have his personal number. I called the mayor up. Why can't we have in-person meetings? It's the board. Okay, so let me try to reach out to a few other ones that don't have me blocked. Reached out to a few other aldermen, and they said, well, we voted, same thing that Kay told me this morning. Well, here's the deal. I have over 1,000 photos, maybe a lot more than that in my phone. I have over 100 of all of you, ladies and gentlemen, at events, campaigning, gatherings. Hey, I did the same thing. I didn't wear a mask. I don't wear a mask. That's fine. But we're all gathering. None of us are social distancing. But yet our county commission is meeting. They had one online meeting back in July. But since then, they've been meeting in person wearing a mask. They don't have the partitions up. They don't have the plexiglass like you guys do at City Hall. You did it for the forums, for the aldermen, for the mayoral debate. We all gathered. We go to events. We socialize. We have to try to get back to somewhat normal. And we're silencing ultimately me, citizens, business owners. I pay multiple taxes in this city as I have a business and I am a citizen and I live here. I feel like we're being silenced and we can't show up, whether we get listened to, ignored, or, oh, you're just Jamie's puppet. I'm nobody's puppet. I'm here to tell you that today. I don't answer to no one but God. So, and when that time comes, hopefully not soon. There's a lot of work to be done. But I feel like we need in-person meetings and quit. Everybody passes the buck. So I ask Kay, she says it's the board, ask the board which ones that will respond. Say it's the mayor, mayor says it's the board. Let's just get together. We're going to have a new board, so I don't know why we can't have in-person meetings. So I'm not going to keep beating a dead horse. Y'all know citizens want it. We just had an election. The mayor won huge. The citizens.
Matt, 30 seconds.
So with that being said, the last thing, I don't think I'm gonna get to it, but doing the CA thing, we just need it. He's gone once the new board comes. He's gone. We don't need to keep paying $75 an hour. We already don't have the money. We're going to keep paying for it. Just end it tonight. Why extend his budget? And if we extend it, are we going to have to pay him out, spend more money that we don't have? The CA needs to go. The citizens voted. The mayor had over 67%, 63% of the votes of the citizens because he ran on not wanting the CA.
Matt, we appreciate it. Your time's expired. Thank you, Matt. Thank you for joining us. Debbie Wall, Cherokee Road. Y'all hold on one second. Let me talk to Tina. We don't see the next person on the list or the person after that. We do see Tim Jones. Are you with us, Tim? I thought we saw Tim. Part of the problem is that the link that went out was to a previous meeting to some folks. And so we're trying to catch up with the people who may have gotten the meeting in October, the link to the meeting in October, and people who we're not real sure who got it and who didn't. So hold on one second. Let me go back to Tina. Tina, Tim Jones. We don't see Tim Jones. I do see Chris Spencer. Chris, go ahead, 5 minutes. Chris Spencer of River Chase. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Congratulations, Mayor. That was a resounding victory. Woo! Unlike the presidential election, our local elections were not close. The reason it wasn't close was because of this board's decision to change our form of government in 2018. Our election was a referendum on those who voted for the CA. This is not right for you to not listen to the citizens of Hendersonville. So I'm asking you to not vote no on extending the CA. Secondly, I'm asking you to not vote or to vote no on the $6.5 million loan. It's not really $6.5 million, as we all know. It's $8 million right off the bat. But then when you add new equipment and staffing, we're looking at somewhere probably around 12 million over the long haul, over to just the next 4 years. And as Chief Bush said today, we have a hiring freeze. What's the point of having a building? We have a lot of economic turmoil that's going to be coming, and we need to be smart. And that's why we have a new board that's coming in 2 weeks. So I'm asking this board to vote no on this loan because we don't have the money. And finally, I wanted to also agree with Matt Campbell about having these, getting away with these Zoom meetings. This is so unprofessional. It's very difficult for the mayor to have to sit there and try to make sure that people are on. We have aldermen that can't even, they're getting the wrong links. I saw all of you during the election. I saw you at debates and out in the public every day. So there's no reason why we can't do these meetings at City Hall again. Thank you for the time. Congratulations, Jamie.
Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you for that. Next, we have Dave Moomin, who's been with us before. Dave, are you with us? Cherry Grove Drive. We're going to go to Ty J. of Mansco Farmers Boulevard. Ty, go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm starting my clock. Hey, I just want to talk a little bit about that scrub sealer that you guys brought up at the last meeting. I think that might be the ticket for us to get cranking on these roads we need to get done. For example, I'm going to do easy math, bring it down, bring it back up. So if we do 20 miles a year on regular paving, let's say we take 5 miles off that and do the scrub sealer business. So 5 miles, the cost of it is, the differential is 2.5 times based on the numbers that was given in Public Works and also in the BOMA meeting via the chairman a couple weeks ago. So if we take 5 miles off of 20 and ramp that up to 2.5 times, that's another 7.5 miles or 12.5. That'll give us 27.5 miles in a year for the same money and more roads. And in other areas where I lived at, I've driven on this stuff. It's awesome. I think this is a great winner. We need to get moving on something like this. We can even do more than 5. I just figured 5 miles because 25% if we're doing 20 miles a year. But we need to get cranking on this because we don't have to scrape the road. We just put it down and it's done. We move on to the next one, 2.5 times less. Now, the next subject is, which I wasn't going to talk about, but I guess we had all this money stuff added tonight. But I thought it was off the books, but now it's back on. So I don't have a full list in front of me because it wasn't on the books tonight. So the things I do know is the fire department. We need that building down in Durham Farms. Now, disclaimer, I don't live in Durham Farms. I live a few wards away. But we need that fire hall down there. There's a lot of residential down there, and it's kind of landlocked a little bit, especially when you need the fire department. That one road at Stop and Drake's Creek gets flooded out. So they need a fire department down there. COVID or no COVID, that's going to be a few $1 million just for a building. It's going to take a year to ramp that up before you get employees in there anyway. The other part of that is for this money thing was, I believe, the hockey rink. Now, I thought we were going to go after a grant on that, and including especially with this roof deal, the roof that was going to go over at the new location. I would like to, if you guys may, to hold off on that whole thing and at least talk about the grant thing if it's going to happen. And also, right now, we don't have a roof on it. We haven't had a roof for years. So could we at least hold off on the roof? So that would be my deal to kind of chop that bond down a little bit. And I guess that's all I wanted to talk about. I can't believe I'm way short of 5 minutes. So thank you for your time.
Mayor, you're on mute.
You're mute again.
Tina, do we have Barbara Brennan? Okay. Y'all, with this many people who are not able to get on, I've got to believe that it's a systemic problem on our part. If you go on right now to try to get the phone number to call in, you get a form that says you're too late for citizen comments. We also don't have links when you want to sign up for citizen comments. You have to literally type in what is the URL. There are people right now that I've gotten text message, email. Hold on just a second. Okay, we'll get David in just a second. But in order to get on the phone call, you also have to have the participant ID and the meeting ID. So we've got David right now, but I just want y'all to be patient with getting some other folks on. But at least half the people who tried to get on have had problems. And I think, and so we're going to be patient with these folks. So David, are you ready? David Mumia, are you ready? You're on mute.
Okay, I finally found the link from last time that works this time, so.
There you go. Dave, you got 5 minutes. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
All right, I just want to say thanks to all the citizens of Hendersonville that came out and watched the Veterans Day Parade on Sunday. I believe it, having done this for the last 8 years, that was the largest crowd of citizens we've had out there watching a parade. We even had somebody in a boat watching from Drake's Creek, which I thought was kind of neat. And I certainly want to thank the Mayor for giving us the go ahead and have the parade and for participating in the parade. I want to thank the Hendersonville Police Department for providing all the security plus a number of exciting units to be in the parade for us. I want to thank the fire department for providing the color guard and of course a big old fire truck to make things happen. And I want to thank the Parks Department for all their support in getting everything set up with the reviewing stand and the stage and the bleachers and everything else that we needed to do it. We had over 70 different units, and some of those units were like 50 Jeeps and things like that. So we had a lot of vehicles in the parade. And we had some old members that have been in every parade, like the Henderson High School Band, and we had some new members that were here for the first time with some like military restored vehicles and things like that. So we had a great turnout, both for people to be in the parade and for people to watch the parade. And for that, I'm very appreciative. Thank you.
Dave, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and anybody who's watching it, I'm hoping this will help them. So if anybody's watching who is trying to sign in, we are only going to accept speakers who have signed up prior to 7 o'clock. This is just to help them. I'm going to give this information now. It is not for people who did not previously sign up. And here's the information. If you want to call in, you need to call 312-626-6799. The meeting ID is 615-822-1000. There's no participant ID. You just hit pound. The password is 05656406. All this was available to folks when they signed up, but is no longer available because we don't allow people to sign up right now. Tina, to the best of your knowledge, did I get all of that correctly that I just read out?
Yes, sir. Additionally, the participants were emailed 3 times this evening.
Okay, thank you. I know that at least one of those needs to call in. I appreciate you sending that again, actually 2 more times since we've been on the meeting. So I'll repeat that. If people who want to speak are not going to participate in the Zoom call, but just wish to speak by phone, they need to call 312-626-6799. And then the meeting ID is 615-822-1000. 1000. There's no participant ID. They should just hit pound. Then the password is 056 56406. Tina, have we had anybody else call in from the list of citizen comments in the past few minutes?
No, sir, just Mr. Mooney.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. I do anticipate that we may have somebody else call in or somebody else join us by Zoom who signed up prior to 7 o'clock to participate in citizen comments. And I hope that the board will be willing to allow them to speak at a time later on. Okay, I believe next we have committee reports. Okay, Finance Committee, Chairman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a real report tonight, but Andy Gilly and/or City Administrator Lamar is going to address this. I wanted to follow up on the portion of the land for the Beatty Farm that the Friends of Indian Lake, the 501c3, is working on, because we had a resolution that I had sponsored and a letter from those folks, and how that process was going to work about donating that and deeding that land to the city. So they're going to have a report on that. And that's the end of my quasi report. Thank you, Mayor.
Chairman Cunningham, thank you. Chairman Sprouse, General Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me pull back over to the agenda now. General Committee met tonight. The following have all been recommended unanimously. Ordinance 2020-47 dealing with rezoning of Bedford Landing. Resolution 2020-63 amending personnel rules dealing with recruitment and employment. Resolution 2020-64 resolution amending personnel rules regarding the employee birthday holiday. Resolution 2020-68 resolution amending job classification list and pay table. Resolution 2020-69 approving the final development plan for the Festival Center, and then also Resolution 2020-70. Those were all recommended to the board with a unanimous vote. In addition, Ordinance 2020-48 was failed to get recommendation from the committee. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Sprouse, thank you. We have since had 2 people sign in, and if nothing else, I do need to find out who they are. Tina, is that something that you can do?
Yes, sir. Will the person who I just renamed on your screen to Citizen 1 please identify yourself? I did that to mask your phone number.
Somebody who just called in, we need to know who you are.
Tim Jones.
Okay, we've got Tim Jones. Tim, Tina, I think you saw Citizen 1, seems to be Tim Jones. And Tina, do we have a second person who's called in that is not identified?
Yes, sir, we do. They called in directly behind them.
Okay. So is there somebody else who's called in? We need you to identify yourself other than Tim. So somebody has just called in, and whoever called in, we need to identify yourself. We know Tim Jones has called in, but if you've just called in to our meeting, please let us know who you are. Go ahead and do that now, please.
This is Barbara Brennan.
Barbara, thank you very much. Okay, so without objection, board, these 2 people both had signed up prior to 7 o'clock, met the deadline. So I feel that we should go ahead and ask Tim Jones and then Barbara Brennan to speak, following all the rules of citizen comments. Is there any objection to that? If not, I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Barbara, thank you very much. Okay.
So Tim, you're going to have 5 minutes for citizen comments. If you're ready, go ahead and start speaking, and I will hit the timer.
Thank you, Mayor.
We can hear you fine. Go ahead.
First of all, I would like to say that I'm glad the election process is over. I hope new bridges can be built and old bridges can be repaired going forward for the next few years. I feel like the citizens spoke loudly and very clearly that if there was ever a question about the city administrator position, the election put it to rest. The citizens do not want one. They vehemently asked for a traditional mayor and not a city administrator, with the landslide re-election of Mayor Clary and candidates that support him. They likewise rejected the people that create conflict with the mayor. With all that being said, I would assume that the CA position will be dropped. Anyone on record for keeping the position of CA that the citizens are so strongly opposed to will not only shorten their career, but will also let your constituents know that you don't care what they think. Represent your constituents. Do the right thing. Drop the CA position. In regards to the balanced budget without tax increase, I believe Jonathan Hayes was speaking this in the committee meeting before. I'm concerned about the capital projects recommendations for 2021. I am in full support of all of these items. That being said, is now the time to do them. We've witnessed a 34% tax hike by our neighbors to the south. Our county just raised our taxes by something like 20% last year. I'm not a betting man, but if I were, I'd be willing to wager we are in for a significant tax increase here in the city as well. There's no doubt that COVID-19 wreaked havoc on our businesses. Many have been closed for a long time. Many have closed their doors and will not return. I know we have not seen the end of this. With a possible new presidential administration, we have no idea where this is going to stop. The city will be hurting from loss of tax revenue for quite some time. Do you really think it is a wise idea to take out a loan for $6.5 million at this time? Wise citizens tighten their belts a little in times like these. Again, I'm not saying these projects should not be done. I just think the timing needs to be considered. There are a couple of you that will be gone after tonight. And I won't have to explain, and you won't have to explain to your constituents what was going through your head when you decided to take out such a sizable loan and put the citizens on the hook for the payment. This is why I ask you to defer this action to the new board and let them be held accountable for their actions in this matter. By going ahead and cramming this through, you will only be exercising your will over the people. Thanks.
Tim, thank you. Appreciate that. Next, we have Barbara Brennan. Barb, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you for straightening this out. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you who are there as current aldermen, those that are rolling off and the new ones coming on. I recognize that your jobs are thankless, and while we may not always agree, I certainly do appreciate your service. And I wanted to make sure that we all share our gratitude with you for the hours that you've put into our city. I do want to share what the gentleman before said, that in this time when we've had a contentious election, in fact, it has occurred. And the citizens have spoken, and I feel that extending the contract or going out and getting a loan and then holding the new BOMA group accountable for that loan is inappropriate at this time. It could give an appearance of impropriety. I know that's not the intention, but it could happen. And it's just bad optics, and it doesn't breed the unity that we want, that you all listen to your constituents, that you want to do the right thing. So I would ask that you hold on these items, make sure they're well researched with the new group, and that they reflect the comments and the vote of our citizens so that we can work towards unity. So that's all I wanted to say. Again, thank you to all of you who are serving and will serve in the future. I certainly appreciate the thankless job that you have and appreciate your dedication to our wonderful city. Thank you, Mayor.
Barbara, thank you. Tina, does it appear that we have anybody else who had previously signed up for citizen comments who have joined us?
No, sir, I believe that's it.
Okay, appreciate it. We do still, I think, have 3 or 4 people who signed up for citizen comments that have not joined us yet. So meanwhile, we will go on to Public Safety Committee. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. As we did not have a meeting tonight, I do have a report on a topic that we have discussed more than one time over the past 2.5 years. And the past 3 or 4 months, it was discussed in committee and finally has come to somewhat of fruition. This afternoon and last week, there was some more discussion about it. And as we talk about a capital outlay note or a bond for a fire hall, I think many folks on this screen tonight that have spoke have agreed that it's something that we definitely need to do to cut our response times and give Durham Farm some protection that they don't have at this time. So about 2.5 to 3 years ago, we were in the process of building another Fire Hall 2, a replacement fire hall. And at that time, the county was asked to chip into that because they had chipped into some other fire halls. And we were told at that time that if and when we decided to do another fire hall, that would be the time to come and ask for that money. In the past few weeks and past few months, we've been talking about that fire hall, and we've got the budgets, and we'll be talking about this bond. Chief Bush, myself, as Public Safety Chairman, have been in discussion with some folks in the county, specifically the Finance Chairman, Commissioner Taylor, and on how and what they might do to help us pay for this fire hall that we want to build. And granted, times have been tough, but I think if you look at some of our remedies, they have not been quite that bad. So anyway, that being said, after discussion, I talked to Chairman Taylor again today to confirm some things. And what I would like to tell you now that the memorandum of understanding between our fire department and the county of taking over some of the fire service that Shackle Island now provides is being worked on by the county law director, Lee Denon. What I will tell you that probably will mean to us is a significant amount of money, upwards to $2.5 million to pay for Fire Hall 7. That is what Chairman Taylor is going to propose. That's what's been discussed with their Public Safety Committee. And that is what the memorandum is about. That is being prepared for Chief Bush and our attorney to look at, to see if that's something that we want to move on with. I would like to ask Chief Bush if he would speak to that a bit, because he has been in conversation with those folks at the county as well. But it could make a significant difference when we come talking about this bond in a few minutes, that if we appropriate $2.5 million or 2.6, whatever it is, to build Fire Hall 7, the county can come back and pay against that. I will tell you that it would probably be the end of January to 1st of February as it goes through procedures in the county to get to that point. That conversation was as of a few hours ago. Chief Bush.
Yes, that's correct. We just started those discussions, as you spoke 2 or 3 years ago. Didn't work out at that time. They told us when we got ready to build the next one to come to them. Obviously 7's on the agenda. As I've said today, the station study was done in 2017 that I have in my hand. That was provided to everybody. It's on our website that talks about the need for stations north of the bypass that covers not only Durham Farms, but Autumn Creek, Fountain Brook, Ivy Point, Norman Farms, several subdivisions out there. And the way I understood it from Commissioner Taylor is he's willing to go to bat for us with a Public Safety Committee at the county level and ask for that money to come from the county to help fund that fire hall, if not fund it all. That is correct.
All right, Chief.
Chairman Brown, anything else?
I don't have any on that report. No, sir. Thank you.
I appreciate that. We have another person who has just been able to call us, who had signed up previously, and that's Kimberly Overton. Kimberly, are you with us?
Hello.
There we go. Without objection, we're going to go ahead and hear from Kimberly. She had signed up prior to 7 o'clock for citizen comments. She's joining us now. Kimberly, go ahead, please.
Hi, just want to apologize real quick. Sorry, I had some difficulty getting on. I wanted to speak tonight about the importance of returning to in-person BOMA meetings rather than continuing to hold the meetings via Zoom. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on that tonight. I can certainly understand and appreciate the concerns many of you have surrounding COVID. However, there's simply no basis for continuing to deprive citizens of our right to attend these meetings and to hold our elected officials accountable. Many of your constituents, myself included, have had to work throughout this entire pandemic. Medical personnel, grocery workers, and many others have been deemed as essential employees, and without hesitation have answered that call. I would very much consider each of you to be essential to the city. Although Sumner County is currently under a mask mandate, the County Commission has resumed in-person meetings in their chambers. There have been multiple political forums and community events in recent weeks attended by each one of you. I saw most of you out at the polls during early voting and on election day. Sometimes you had masks on, sometimes you did not. And I'm certain that most of you still tend to your routine business and run errands throughout our community. It seems as if some people believe that this virus only lives at City Hall and curiously only on the Tuesday evenings that BOMA is scheduled to meet. I can understand that there's a level of fear surrounding the virus and, this virus that came out of nowhere, and we know very little about it. So I understand that. I'm a critical care nurse. I share in your anxiety each time that I care for a COVID patient and then I have to return home to my husband who's medically compromised. In fact, I spent the first 2 months of this pandemic living outside in a camper parked in my driveway for fear I would expose him to a virus he would very likely not survive. I'm a nurse, that's my job, and that is quite literally what I signed up for, but I do have a choice, and so do each of you. My husband and I, we've since, chosen faith over fear. For that reason, I continue to do the job that I was hired to do, and that's expected of me. If there's a reason you are unable to perform the duties of the office you have been elected to serve for an extended period of time, then I would respectfully request that you step down from it. There is just absolutely no reason why the board cannot or should not meet with appropriate accommodations put in place to maintain social distance or to wear masks in accordance with CDC recommendations. The last time that I addressed the board, it was several months ago, and it was in regards to the term limit vote. I tried to impart on each one of you at that time the importance of listening to the voices of those who you have been elected to serve. I believe the results of our recent election were very telling, and they have more than proven that point. I would implore each of you to vote in favor of returning to in-person meetings to be held at City Hall and open to the public, beginning with the next scheduled meeting on November the 24th. That's really all I had to say. I just wanted to end by thanking each one of you for your service to our city, to our departing aldermen, and particularly Alderman Woodcock. You've served Ward 5 and Hendersonville incredibly well. I just wanted to wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Even during times where I may have vehemently disagreed with some of you, I have always been grateful for your willingness to serve. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate that. Next, we have our Public Works Committee report from Chairman Skidmore.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. I know it's been difficult last 3 or 4 months, and it has been in Public Works. We're scheduled to meet, I believe, on the 27th. So I have no report this evening. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Chairman Skidmore. Chairman Campbell, Capital Projects Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No report tonight. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Alderman Woodcock, Planning Commission.
Thank you. We met on Monday of last week. We approved the final plat for the Stadium Drive townhomes. We approved the preliminary development plan for Bellsford Landing. We approved the FDP for the Festival Center. We approved the future land use and transportation plan for Jackson Townhomes. We also approved their comprehensive development plan, as well as the site plans for Gaskins Office Complex and Shackle Wash and Shine. Thank you.
Alderman Woodcock, thank you. I need to take a break here real quick. Tina, anybody else that has joined us?
No, sir.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Next, we have a second reading of ordinance 2020-46. This is an ordinance appropriating funds to purchase golf carts for the Parks Department. Alderman Bolt.
I move approval.
Second.
Alderman Robertson makes a motion. Alderman Edwards makes a second.
That wasn't me. I did not second that.
Oh, really?
I said it, Mayor.
Alderman Campbell, thank you. You're on a different screen, so okay. I see nobody wishing to speak.
Our hair looks similar, so I can see how you get us confused.
Very. All those in favor of second reading of ordinance 2020-46, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, Alderman Bolt, did you want to speak?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
All those in favor of second reading of ordinance 2020-46, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please signify by saying no when Kate calls your name.
Bolt,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Cunningham,
No.
Edwards,
No.
Hayes,
Yes.
Petrelli,
No.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore,
No.
Sprouse,
Aye.
Woodcock.
Aye.
Was that an aye?
Yes.
Clary,
Yes.
eight ayes, 4 nays.
That passes with a majority vote. The latest problem we had is entirely my fault. Dave, City Administrator's report.
Sir. Few things coming up here. Mr. Gilly in the Parks Department, if you don't mind, what Alderman Cunningham mentioned about the deed for the property at Beatty Farms, would you give us a report on that, please?
Sure. We are continually having meetings with the ad hoc committee that's formed by the Parks Board of our staff, planning, public works, and with the Friends of Indian Lake, working on grants. The Friends of Indian Lake obviously still owns the hillside portion of the property. We're about to apply for a grant with the state in conjunction with them for that piece of property, an RTP grant. There's several grants that would be useful in helping us build parking trailheads, walking trails, bike trails on the hillside property that the city status, we're not, although we're tax exempt, we're not a 501c3. Makes it really hard to apply for a lot of grants in the city when you're not a 501c3. So a lot of those are what we're working on with the Friends of Indian Lake. The intent is once we get it ready to use, they will obviously turn it over to us. To be perfectly honest, I don't want it until it's ready to use because it's more to maintain for our staff and some liability that we're not ready to take on yet as well. So I hope that kind of gives Ms. Cunningham, if that helps give the update that I gave you on email the other day.
I appreciate that, Andy.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Director Gilly. I appreciate that.
Job well done.
Couple other things, my report, but we're still working on the cameras and the security system at City Hall. IT is working on that with Robert to get things to moving on that situation. Evaluations of department heads, Marshall, Chris, Kay, those have been done or being done. We met with Country Hills about the irrigation. They've had a few line breaks at Country Hills. The good thing is the irrigation is down for the winter, so we can repair those things this winter. Each department, the PD, the calls are down a little bit. Domestics are about the same. They're up a little higher than Chief Miller would like. Fire department calls are up a little bit. A lot of medical calls in the last couple of weeks. Codes 50 to 70 inspections a day. Those guys are really kicking it out. Public Works trash is going pretty good. Starting paving, if not this week, I think Marshall said next week. Limbs are all picked up. Grass clippings are going well. IT, again, you see tonight for all the Zoom meetings and all things that IT is doing. Mary Beth and her team's doing a great job with IT. HR is working on policy changes and things like that in their department. Finance is busy with many of the things like the bond issue and financial things. planning. I get a lot of inquiries on different pieces of property that are going on in vacancies and things like that. I know Rod's working on a plan to let us know what buildings are vacant and square footage and things like that. That'll be an upcoming report here probably next month. Parks, a lot of events going on, of course, a parade, different things, Christmas tree lighting and things like that. Still a lot of tournaments going on. I know Ms. Kay's working on a lot of records requests and working with the staff on her transition on her upcoming retirement at the end of December. So one of the things that I find every day in the city administrator's position is the personnel issues, HR issues every day with staff, with 360 full-time employees, 500 employees overall with part-time and seasonal. There are HR and personnel issues every single day. So we just try to deal with those as they come up. So unless anybody has any questions, that's my report, Mayor.
Thank you, Dave. Alderman Waters. Oh, Alderman Waters, we can't hear you.
You're muted.
Am I muted now?
There you go. You're good now.
I'm sorry, I overslept and missed half of the program, but in this last vote on the golf, Kay, did you get my vote?
No, I didn't, Alderman Waters.
I didn't think you did. My vote's no.
Alderman Waters, thank you. Does anybody have questions for Interim City Administrator Dave Lamar? I appreciate that. Dave, thank you for your report. Next, we have Resolution 2020-59. I need a sponsor to read that. Hold on.
Which one is it?
You want me to read the whole thing? Mayor, you're muted.
Alderman Cunningham, are you prepared to read it?
Yes, sir. Do I have
Okay.
to read the whole thing or just the main?
Why don't you give us the caption and the items that are included there?
Okay. Ready?
Sure. And if you could, at the end, make a motion.
Okay. Resolution 2020-59. That's the one we're on, right? Okay, thank you. A resolution of the governing body of the city of Hendersonville, Tennessee, authorizing the issuance, sale, and payment of interest-bearing capital outlay notes not to exceed $6,510,000. Then, I mean, there's 4 or 5 pages here. Is there, is Robert on? Maybe we can show it up on the screen. Would that be easier?
Robert, can you do that?
I can attempt.
Okay. While we're waiting on that, I need to talk to Tina real quick.
Okay, there you go. Okay, the total of that, the total of this resolution is the bottom portion, and that's what the Capital Projects Committee recommended. However, we're going to have, do I have to make a motion to discuss it?
We need to get it out. We actually need to get it on the floor, so you can make a motion. Now's a good time.
Should I put so moved?
Sure.
Make a
Sure.
motion?
Okay. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a proper motion, a second for Resolution 2020-59. Alderman Cunningham, do you want to continue? Or should we turn it over to Robert?
Well, I could continue for a short bit and then we could turn it over to Robert, okay?
Okay.
The items that you see listed, the inline hockey relocation, the reason that we have that on this bond is that we have to relocate the inline hockey so that we can protect Mary's Magical Place. So this is the step 1, and then the step 2, we could work on Mary's Magical Place to prevent it from further flooding issues. The inline hockey that this represents is the 2 covered hockey rinks. However, if we choose to reduce that $2.6 million to around $1.6 million, we could have 2 uncovered inline hockey rinks, and it would still be retrofitted for coverings in the future, like in a few years if we decide to move forward with the coverings. The next item is the fire hall construction, $2.5 million. Now, if we if we are blessed with the funds from the county to be able to cover most of that cost or all of that cost, we can take that payment from that the county contributes to that fire hall, if we do decide to move forward with this bond, and apply it to the principal payment of that. The fire truck replacement, that's $800,000. That would be the equipment needed for the new fire hall. And then the fire air pack replacements, which is also going to be recommended as an adjustment to this bond, is to eliminate that, because our fire chief feels that we can apply for grant money that would cover that cost. So that would pretty much drastically reduce that bond, this bond, by, hold on, from $510,000 down to $4,900,000. So I'm gonna let Robert speak to this, and if anybody has any questions or any discussion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Cunningham. Robert, anything to add?
Nothing right now. Happy to take any questions, but in the interest of not wasting anyone's time, if we have any questions on the project specifically, I'll likely defer you to the department head, likely over that project.
Okay.
Just not waste your time and say anything inaccurate.
Okay. Robert, can you go ahead and take this down from the screen so I can see everybody who wishes to speak? I appreciate that. That's helpful. Alderman Edwards.
Well, Robert, can you pull that back up? Sorry. Okay, Chairman Cunningham. So the resolution, which I will want to be added on as a sponsor, I guess I'll make that motion last, is the only thing that's part of the resolution, this 6.5 million. Your resolution is not the 7.9 million, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. And I guess I would like for Chairman or Director Gilly to talk about first this inline hockey relocation, to talk about why we need that and why it's so important now to address this issue. If you could, please.
Okay. Well, Robert, can you go ahead and take this down first, and then we'll get Andy Gilly in here. There we go. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. There we go. Andy, go ahead, please. Gilly. Andy Gilly, go ahead for us, please. Russ, you want to ask a question again?
Well, if he's available. If not, I was going to ask Chief Bush some questions. I might or if Director Gilly's ready, I was going to ask him to discuss briefly the inline hockey relocation, why this needs to be addressed now, and the importance of this, please.
Is that it? I got sent to the waiting room for a minute. So is that the only question so far?
Yeah.
Well, the timing of it is very simple. The inline season of the fall just ended. Their spring season ends about April or May of next year. It will take 2 to 3 months to get this money. If we do it now, it's going to take 2 to 3 months to get bids in and to do another ordinance, which the new board will vote on twice, if I'm not mistaken, on these items and that actual amount of money once we know the rate. At that point, we're at January. It will then take another 2 to 3 months to get contracts out, get bids out, and do things to be prepared to start construction on the inline rinks as soon as their season ends in the late spring, early summer, so that they will be ready to go for the fall season. We cannot start the flood protection plan at Mary's Magical Place until construction begins on these inline rinks, because we've got to have a place for these people to play. So I hope that addresses the timing issue.
Yeah. So just so we're we're moving the inline hockey rink. So a barrier, a berm, whatever you call it, can block any potential flooding to Mary's Magical Place.
That's correct. And
Okay.
John Sexton with Los Design is on the call. He actually was the architect or he's in the waiting room, maybe, I'm not sure, but he can address the specifics of the plan at Mary's Place, as he is the designer of that and the new inline rinks also.
Okay, well, someone else may have questions for him. I just wanted to kind of everybody know the basics and why we're doing this. So this does not, just so we're clear, this does not include covering any inline hockey rinks.
The current proposal you have before you?
Yeah, it's just to relocate, right?
No,
The 6.5.
It includes covering them.
The 2.6 million is the only thing that's part of the resolution. That is just the relocation, right?
No, sir. That includes covering them.
Okay. That includes covering everything. Okay.
Yeah.
And we would. Okay, and that would be pretty unique if we had it covered. That would, you suspect, bring in a lot more tourism because of having a covered inline hockey rink. That would be pretty unique, right?
Covering them is the only way I can look all of you in the eye and tell you that we will bring in any outside revenue to the city from relocating these rinks.
Outside revenue, people coming in for tournaments and filling our hotels and restaurants, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I may have some. I appreciate it, Director Gillian. I appreciate everything you do for this in the city. I have some questions for Chief Bush. Okay. If you could talk for a minute about the fire hall construction, why it's important to go ahead and get bonded for this, because as Chairman Brown said, we may get some funding from the county, and I appreciate his efforts as well as our county commissioners for doing that. Why we need to go ahead and get approval of this bond now for the fire hall, as well as the fire truck replacements and the fire air pack replacements.
So obviously, we've been talking about response times in that area for the last 2 to 3 years. We had that station study. I keep going back to that, done in 2017. And in that station study, they talked about how the growth in the Durham Farms area, the northern part of our city limits, was expanding quickly. And as it grew, this was the #1 need for a station. If you also look in that study, it talks about Mansker Farms and then also out around Cage's Bend area. Obviously, the bond is important for us because moving forward, we put money aside for drawings, architectural, the whole 9 yards to move forward with this. That's been going on for well over a year now. We're working with a company through Keith Free, myself, Marshall Boyd, and Greg Story. We picked the architect firm. You can figure basically from the time that the site selected, which Director Gilly gave us the property there on city property, parkland, which was a huge savings to the taxpayers. And basically once that drawing is agreed upon, we start moving forward with that. This bond's important because it'll take anywhere from 12 to 18 months, if not 2 years, to have that station completed. Of course, you can't build a station without having an apparatus. We only have one reserve engine now in our fleet. If we put that in service, that would hurt or affect our ISO rating because we would not have a reserve engine to go fall back on if something happened to one of our frontline pieces of equipment. The reason why the cost is $800,000 is that's a completely loaded out apparatus that comes with hose, appliances, tools, everything that we have on hand on every piece of equipment now, every engine company. We just don't have that extra stuff laying around to put on an engine company. The air packs, that's a 15-year purchase. Ours are within 2 years of going out. When I say going out, they can't be hydrostatically tested. And that's our lifeline to fighting fires, hazmat calls, or even during the COVID pandemic, if we chose to fully wear our ensembles and wear our SCBAs, then we would protect ourselves completely 100% from COVID-19. So those all three things are very important to us and moving forward. I certainly feel like once Station 7's built, if we get it built, if y'all all agree to do that, we can certainly bring the ISO company back in, have them reevaluate our rating. And I think within that station being built, the way it's going to dramatically affect response times, as I said, in Durham Farms, Fountain Brook, Ivy Point, Norman Farms, Autumn Creek, all of that, it's going to help tremendously. And we could see another decrease in tax rates or insurance ratings for taxpayers in the city of Hendersonville.
Thank you, Chief Bush, and thank you for everything you do for Hendersonville. We certainly appreciate it. I fully support this. I'm gonna vote for this $6.5 million bond, and I would like for, I don't know if I think I have to make a motion, but I would like to ask that my name be added as a sponsor, and I would encourage anyone else to who feels so compelled. Thank you, Mayor.
Without objection, we can do that. There's
Thank you,
no problem
Mayor.
there. Thank you. Alderman Petrelli. Thank you, Alderman Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question regarding what Director Gilly stated about being in the waiting room. What does that mean, and could you not hear what was being discussed? Director Gilly.
I don't know. That's never happened before. So I got sent to the waiting room for a minute.
Could you hear what was being discussed?
No, not at first. No, ma'am.
Why were you sent? I don't understand. What is the waiting room, Mayor?
So Alderman Gilly, you couldn't hear when you were in the waiting room?
I could not. I had a blank screen that said you're in the waiting room. Host is waiting to let you in.
And you couldn't hear?
That's correct.
Hold on one second.
He was not the only one. I was also in the waiting room with a blank screen that said, waiting for the host to allow you in.
Okay, we've taken care of that. We had several people that I asked to be moved to the waiting room because we had a lot of people that weren't part of the actual board. So now we have everybody back. They can hear. I apologize for that. Alderman Petrelli, any questions?
Okay, well, it does concern me that folks were moved out during the middle of a discussion. So I would like to thank Chief Bush for not only maintaining, but building relationships with our contiguous regional partners to afford an opportunity with a partnership with the county. And thank you, Chairman Brown, for your support of that as well. Clearly, that makes this bonding situation for this much needed fire hall, which Chief Bush just explained the merits of, that much more doable. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor for this legislation, and I appreciate and agree with everything that Alderman Edwards just stated. Thank you.
Alderman Petrelli, thank you. Alderman Sprouse.
I am unmuting. I'm muting myself again. I'm starting the video. Yeah, I had originally raised up my hand when I saw that the fire chief, the parks director, the city administrator, and a few other key members of staff were moved. And instead of calling a point of personal privilege, I reached out to IT staff. And Mayor, what I was told was that you instructed IT to remove city staff from the meeting after reports. And
I was under the impression that being in the waiting room, they could still hear and they could still see. That was a mistake on my part. We've had several people that should not have been on the screen and should not have been participating at the time. And again, it was my mistake. I thought they could see and they could hear and that we could bring them back easier. And now I understand.
Mayor, again, and board in the future, make sure this doesn't happen again. Staff has a professional responsibility to consult the board, the elected officials on items that come before this board.
Alderman Sprouse, do you want to continue on the topic at hand, please?
No, I'm going to continue on this. And so just make sure taking someone out of the room where they can listen, where you think they can listen, but they can't speak, they can't be seen, they can't ask to be recognized, is highly inappropriate and lowers the accountability of any elected official. We're sitting in a situation now to where that there is a desire from the mayor to have fewer people in the room and fewer people at the table who are ready to tell the truth and stand up for the truth and hold him accountable. Now, staff is not going to be political, but they are going to be very.
Alderman Sprouse, do you want to go back to the motion at hand, please?
Thank you, Mayor.
I appreciate that. Alderman Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to say that I'd like to be a co-sponsor of this legislation as well, since it did come through the Capital Projects Committee and we moved it forward. I would like to co-sponsor. And I'd also like to ask our Finance Director, Mr. Manning, there's some questions regarding this particular bond and the finances of the city. Mr. Manning, it's my understanding we'll be paying off a bond next year. Is this correct?
2023. Actually.
2023. Okay. And in the near future, we have one rolling off the books. We just had the TIF roll off the books. So we've made some room there as well. And then our local sales tax numbers have been rebounding nicely, I believe. Is what I've been hearing at our previous meetings. Correct, sir?
That's correct. Regional, Q3 is up 33% nationally, and certainly reflects that regionally. It's a little baffling, but to be honest with you, we've year over year and month over month, we've been up and have no indications that will stop anytime soon. So
and also this is an attractive area to move to for people to relocate to. So the housing market is continuing to improve our property tax numbers too. Looking ahead to the future, I mean, due to the Middle Tennessee area in general, Hendersonville is attractive. So our property tax rates should be climbing as well. Correct?
Property tax, yes. Home values, yes.
Yes, sir.
We are growing exponentially, to be honest, and it's becoming a much more attractive place to live, and items like this are the reason.
All right, sir. I certainly do appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Without objection, we're going to add Alderman Campbell and Alderman Petrelli to the list of sponsors. I've got a question. Chief Bush, you said a second ago, I believe I heard you correct, that this fire hall will decrease the tax rate. Is that, did I hear you correct?
No, sir, I didn't mention anything about a tax decrease. I said it would help your ISO rating, which could possibly decrease homeowners' insurance rating or insurance premiums.
Gotcha. Okay. And y'all, I said this earlier, is that I agree with a lot of these items, but I need to remind y'all that back in April, I believe it was, that the city administrator put a halt on all paving because we were concerned about the economy. We were concerned about money that was coming in. Now that we hear that things have picked back up, I don't know why we haven't been doing paving. And I don't know why paving isn't part of this bond issue. Again, there are a lot of things on here that I agree with, but paving is not on here. Infrastructure is not on here. The items that people have been reminding us of for months, if not years, are not on here. We're doing nothing to address the biggest concern that people have in Hendersonville right now. Not a thing. We haven't replenished the money that we should have spent in fiscal year 2020. We haven't in paving. We haven't added money to the fiscal year 2021 in paving. And this bond has no money in paving. And that is the number one issue that people want us to spend money on. I did hear some conversation a little bit about money from the county for a fire hall. I've been having conversations for a long time about that, and I'm a little bit disappointed that people who had conversations the past couple weeks didn't contact me about that. When the mayors and when the city mayors and the county mayor get together, we have a lot of very cordial conversations. They turn 180 degrees the other direction when we start talking about fire protection. The city mayors have a real hard time with continuing to provide fire protection to the county when they continue to allow new homes outside the county that don't have fire protection. A lot of folks are moving outside the county and they find out they don't have fire protection. And yes, they should have known it when they moved in, but they're not happy when they find out about that. When they find out they have a volunteer service, They're not happy about that. We have wonderful volunteer services, but they are not full-time folks. We have full-time service and we provide what really is secondary fire protection for people outside the county. People outside the county don't pay for that fire protection. It's people inside the city. Essentially, we have Hendersonville residents paying Hendersonville property taxes that are providing a service to people who have chosen to live outside of Hendersonville. We pay an awful lot of money to people to protect people outside of Hendersonville who pay nothing. When we talked about this probably 2.5 years ago, when we first started talking about this, the city mayors and the county mayor, one of the proposals was that the county start paying the cities essentially a fee to provide fire service. We do that right now, like I said, on a secondary basis. Very often our firefighters show up outside the county and we're the first ones there. The volunteer services aren't there. And on occasion, we're the only ones there. That's not fair at all. It is not fair for the people of the city of Hendersonville who are paying taxes to provide fire service to people outside the city of Hendersonville who aren't paying taxes, aren't paying for that service. So when we started having these conversations about 2.5, 3 years ago, it quickly moved to the idea that the county would start paying for that service. So essentially we would get a check from the county every year to provide that secondary fire protection. Here's the problem with that. It sounds like significant money. I know that we just talked about significant money helping us with that. And it sounds like free money. It sounds like we're getting some free money from the county to help us with this service, to pay for the service we're providing. The problem is 60% of that money is coming from Hendersonville residents because we pay 50 to 60% of the property tax and the sales tax in the county. So to think that we're really only getting money from the county is very much poor reasoning. That money the county's sending us, 50 to 60% of it is coming from the people who live inside the city. What we talked about, what the city mayors talked about with the county mayor and with other county staff was that they need to set up a way to charge people who live outside the cities for fire protection. And that money needs to come to the city. Don't just do it out of the general fund of the county, because when you do that, 50 to 60% of that money that's coming to the city is already being provided by the citizens of Hendersonville, and that's not fair. Don't say that you're going to give us some money to help protect citizens of the county, and it's coming from people in the county, when in reality, most of it's coming from people in the city. So we talked about setting up a way that the county would charge just people who live outside the cities, people who live in the county, but outside the cities, to provide for this service. That's gone nowhere. So I love the idea that the county is stepping forward to offer to provide some money for us, but in reality, that's not the county's money. A good portion of it is coming from the citizens of Hendersonville. And just like right now, where the citizens of Hendersonville are paying for that service to provide fire service outside the city, it would continue. Just because we're getting a check from the county doesn't make it different who's paying that money. 50 to 60% of the property tax and the sales tax that comes to the county is actually from the city of Hendersonville. So if we move forward this idea, before we move forward with this idea, we need to make sure that we've got an agreement with the county that the money that comes from them does not come from the citizens of Hendersonville. Otherwise, it continues to be unfair for the citizens of Hendersonville. There's one of the things that I wanted to mention on this item. I agree with many things that are in here, but I just have a problem with the way it's going about. And as I said earlier, it's not something that the board should vote on as the board is constituted right now. It is something we should wait for. For some reason, this was not urgent 3 months ago. We passed the budget back in June. We had this on our agenda 2 weeks ago and it was put off. Now, for some reason, this is urgent. This is not urgent. There's a lot of good things on here that we can move forward if we wait for a month. And I might be even willing to schedule some special meetings so we can move it forward. But it shouldn't be with this board. It should be with another board. And that's why I'm going to vote against it. I'm not going to vote against it because I disagree with the items on here. I'm going to vote against it because of the process and because we don't have all our ducks in a row quite yet. Alderman Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have a lot of questions. I know as each of you do, there's two things that I really struggle with as a member of this board. One is to consider the raising of taxes, and the other is the consideration of borrowing money to go in debt for worthy projects. I know right now is a good time to borrow because of the interest rates being low. But I've spent hours on this subject the last few days. I'm not bragging. That's just my work ethic. I believe that I owe it to the citizens of Ward 6 to make sure that no stone has been left unturned. I've spent maybe over a couple of hours with Mr. Manning. And Mr. Manning, thank you for all of the time that you've given me. I'm sorry if I have monopolized your time over this. And I've also talked with Chief Bush several times about the fire hall. With the mayor and with many of you, these projects are very worthy. I have fought long and hard for a new fire station for the north end of Ward 6. Now, in perfect disclosure, I do live in that section that will be served by this new fire hall. But I know from a personal feeling when a year and a half ago, when my wife had to call 911 for me to be rushed to the hospital for an emergency procedure, that it took over 10 minutes for emergency services to get to my house in Autumn Creek. And so this fire station with the proper apparatus is very important for this part of the city, of the citizens that we all serve. So I have several questions. I really don't have any questions about the fire hall. My questions are going to be centered more on the inline hockey rink. I do want everyone to understand, and I know that you do, especially Chairman Cunningham, that when we borrow money, that money it reduces the discretionary monies that we have in our budget. As you know, there are fixed costs and there are discretionary parts of the budget. And Robert, if you could put that up, the chart that I asked you to prepare, this outlines the discretionary money that we have. Now, the discretionary money, as you know, pays for a lot of important items. It pays for employee raises. It pays for supplemental paving. It pays for any kind of employee benefits that we have. So what this shows is that this is the current fiscal year, correct, Robert?
Yes, sir.
This shows that out of a budget of almost $54 million, that our total discretionary money is $14,603,696. Now, part of the discretionary line item that you can see is the disposal fee. Mr. Manning has classified that as discretionary. I don't think the picking up of garbage is discretionary. I think that that's more of a fixed cost. So you can eliminate that from the discretionary money. So that reduces it significantly. You can also, I think, reduce the first line. That's overtime, part-time, and longevity. These are employee benefits that I think that we're obligated. I disagree that they're discretionary. So you can eliminate that. The city's share of grants. I think that that's money where we have committed that we will pay this if we get this, say from the state. I don't think that's discretionary. So you can eliminate that. The special projects and miscellaneous is $1.4 million. The bulk of that for this year was the governor's grant of, I think it was 1.3. Is that correct, Robert?
That's correct. It's 1.3.
So you can eliminate most all of that. So you can see that the discretionary budget has significantly reduced. I'm just laying this out because when we move forward with this bond, I've looked at this bond and I've tried to come up with what I call a skinny bond, something that is only not what we want, but what we need. The fire hall is definitely a need. It's public safety. We have to provide that. The inline hockey rinks, I have no trouble with relocating them to Volunteer Park because of the flooding we had and because of the need to protect Mary's Magical Place. But I'm telling it, the larger that bond is, the less discretionary money that we have to pay for these important things like paving and so forth. Now let's look at the other large category in discretionary spending. And that is the department allotments. That's the $6.8 million. I don't know how much of that is discretionary. I pulled all of the department operational expenses from our present budget. And some of those expenses go for paying gas for our vehicles, vehicle maintenance, travel and training, computer fees, water bills, natural gas bills, uniforms, animal carcass removal, electric, street lights, professional services, electricity, ADA money to pay for ADA improvements, and then of course supplemental paving. So the reason that I am not in support, and I'm going to go toward the covered inline hockey rinks. The reason that I cannot support that is because we don't have the money. And I think that this bond, I think we need to maintain as much discretionary money as possible so that we can put more money in paving. Again, the more we reduce our discretionary money, the less flexibility that we have for paving, for employee raises, and these other matters. So now let's look at the inline. I think Chairman Cunningham mentioned that the bond that is being recommended today is 6.5 million, but we can reduce that, make it a little skinnier to 4.9. Robert, do you know where how that 4.9, how to come up with that number? Do you have that you can show?
Can I speak?
Yeah, Chairman. Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Okay, because I had it written down already. Thank you. Thank you. Can I speak, Mayor?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Hold on, Robinson, fine. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. If we take the inline hockey and we build it as a two uncovered inline hockey rinks, but it's retrofitted to be covered, say in a year or 2 years, we can reduce that from 2.6 million to 1.6 million approximately. And also the air pack replacements. Scotty feels that he can get some grants for that, and we can reduce that. We could just take that out of the bond by 610,000. Those are the two adjustments that come up with 4.9 million on the bond.
Thank you. So I guess Chief Bush, you're good with eliminating the air packs. I think we've got what, 2 years left on the longevity of those air packs. Or are you okay with, I mean, even if you can't get the grant, we're going to have to come up with that in discretionary money in the next year's budget. I mean,
Right.
so we've got to provide that. So what is your position on the air packs and taking them out of the bond?
So certainly we can apply for a grant, but there's no guarantees as we apply for those. We certainly don't have a problem with doing that. I think that's only good business. And again, it shows good stewardship to the taxpayers that we're willing to try to do whatever we can to help reduce cost. My only thing is again, if we don't, with the understanding, you're going to be looking at next year having to add that back in the budget. That's correct. And there could be a 2 to 5% increase, which is typical when it comes to equipment from year to year. We might be able to find one on HGAC. The mayor and myself, Mr. Brown and Mr. Lamar have worked on getting on cooperative purchasing. So there's other avenues that maybe we won't have to suffer from that, but there's no guarantees with that.
Well, I know that I speak for all of the board. We're going to make sure come hell or high water that the fire department gets this much needed apparatus for the safety of its employees. So, you know, if we can remove that from the bond and you work on the grant, and then if not, we'll just have to work with the finance committee next year on the budget to make sure that's covered. I mean, I can only speak for myself, but again, I'm looking for trying to skinny up the bond so that we can have more discretionary money for other items that we need to spend.
And if that's the will of the board, sir, I'm fine with that. I won't put up too much resistance to that, obviously, with the understanding that next year's budget, we will be coming back for that to be added back in. Yes, sir.
So let me ask a question to, I think he's on the line, the person that did the cost estimates, Mr. Mayor, what is his name?
For the inline hockey or for
Yes,
for what?
For the inline hockey. I think
don't know.
he's on the line.
John Sexton.
Oh, was that John? Yeah, John. Yeah, John, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, John, thank you for being here. And you and I have talked as well on the phone at least once, and you've provided me some good information. I was asking information on the wind velocity duration of this cover that you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
And thank you. I think all the board got the response. I think Director Gilly sent those out. But my question, this 1.6, explain to me what this 1.6, this is to, this will not cover the rinks, but what does it do as far as future if the board wanted in the future to cover them?
Okay, so the OPC or the cost estimate that I sent you 3 of them. If you install the rinks without the covering, you have 2 options. You could not put in the footings for the covering and, you know, just move forward with the ice rinks, which was the 1.6 that you're talking about. So, you know, you install the rinks and there's no way to go back and put the overhead structure in because those footings would have to, you know, you'd have to demo a lot of the asphalt and the work that you'd put in. So the 1.6 is just for the uncovered rinks.
John, hold on here real quickly. I forgot to identify you, and I also forgot to mention that we need to suspend the rules to allow you to speak. So without objection, we're going to do that. But John, can you identify who you are and who you work for, and then go on?
Sorry about that. Yes, my name is John Sexton. I work with Los Design down in Nashville, Tennessee, and also a resident of Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Thank you. And John did an awful lot of work when it came to Mary's Magical Place, an awful lot of work for free. So Alderman Robertson, go ahead.
So Chairman Cunningham, is that your understanding? The 1.6 is to is just to build the rinks, the outdoor rinks, without any of the necessary work for a future cover?
No, I thought that the 1.6 would retrofit or have the footings in place for uncovered rinks. And if we wanted to cover them in several years from now, that we would be able to do that. I was not under the impression that that would not be possible.
Okay, John, can you help us out?
Yes, so I had sent yourself, Andy, 3 cost estimates. 3 cost estimates that outline 3 different conditions. First condition is what we were talking about, was installing the inline rinks without plans to put a building in there, which was the 1.6. That's no future covering without any footings. The second cost estimate that I had forwarded on to you guys was the cost estimate that allowed for a structure to be placed in a future phase. So you would go in and you put the footings for that structure in. You would also allow for fire access to that area. And you would also bring a fire hydrant closer down to these rinks to serve as fire protection. All right, that cost, I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull it up here on my screen. That cost was 2.7. Okay. The third cost would be to put the structure in the first phase. So your footings, the structure, fire access, all the rinks, seating, everything would go in one phase, and that would be the 3 million.
That's covered?
That's covered, completely covered. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, John, for your help. Now I have a question for Mr. Gilly, please.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Mr. Gilly, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I know that we received some insurance payments when the rinks were destroyed by water. Do you know how much we have that will help cover some of this cost?
It'll be approximately 290,000 that's left out of that.
So if we go with the 1.6 million with no footers, I mean, I guess that's just and I think the design is a beautiful design for this. I think that we would be unique in having this kind of quality inline rinks of anybody in Tennessee. In fact, with 1.6, then we could subtract almost 300,000 from that for that. So that would bring the first estimate that John gave down to about $1.3 million, approximately.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now let me talk a little bit, and I'm sorry for taking so much.
Fine, you're fine.
I'm sorry, but so now I want to talk a little bit about the covered rinks. And in a communication that Mr. Gilly sent, and he's been very helpful in giving us all the information that we need, I think, to make an informed decision. He listed 2 cities that we could look at, similar to the size of Hendersonville, that we could look at. One was in Sneedville, Georgia, which is in Gwinnett County, which is the population of Gwinnett County is right around 1 million people. And of course, they also get some population from Nashville or Atlanta Metro. So, and also to contact the city of Apex, North Carolina. That's in Wake County. Wake County in North Carolina is the county that Raleigh, the state capital, is in. And they have over 1 million people in that county. So what I did is I contacted, I kind of followed the pattern of Mr. Bolt by contacting the people that know this the most. So I contacted the operation first at Sneedville. His name is Tim Gaines, and I have his telephone number if anyone would like to call him. But I thought they have had a covered rink for several years there. And I just said that we were planning to, or we were looking at doing a covered inline rink, and to give me his thoughts on that. And I said, first of all, he gave me a very negative, and I don't know why, but he gave me a very negative opinion on a covered inline rink. He said that the rink, first of all, was not built by the city or county, but it was built by private industry, by private donations that built it. And it is presently being operated with the exception of utilities by the private sector. So the county or the city, and it's not operated by the city. In fact, it's operated by Gwinnett County, Georgia. And he told me that they are struggling to have local leagues play there. And I'm quoting him directly. He said, the days of the big tournaments are over for inline hockey rinks. That's according to his opinion. And he said, if you're going to build a rink, he would strongly urge an indoor soccer field instead of inline hockey rinks. So anyway, I got a pretty negative impression from him. Then I contacted Apex, North Carolina. And Apex, North Carolina does not have a covered inline hockey rink that is funded by city or county. it was built and is being funded by the private sector. And I did not talk to anyone with the private sector after I found out that the city or the county of Wake County, North Carolina, does not pay for this facility. I did mention that Mr. Gaines told me that if you do move forward on this, you better really take concentrated efforts to prevent moisture in the arena. That the moisture got so bad, especially in the summer, that they had to go ahead and enclose their arena, the covered inline rinks, and put in air conditioner to try to control the humidity and the water moisture that was building up. So now let's look at, and I'm just about finished, as my father said, my last 3 points as he was preaching. Let's look now at the ROI that the board that is promoting this inline rink, covered rink is pushing. Mr. Manning, can you pull up the section of the ROI, return on investment, that I asked you to be prepared to share? If you can, okay, we need to look at the revenue impact. That's not the screen. I think it's the third tab over. Yes, there it is. And scroll down a little bit. Scroll down. That's it. And now what I want to draw your attention to is the tax revenue generation. Now this was provided to I know the Finance Committee, and it was provided also to the Public Works, to the Capital Projects Committee. And I'm sure many of you have looked at this. In fact, I think Chairman Cunningham once mentioned the ROI study. And I'd like to call your attention to some of this. Now, I'm not trying to embarrass the individual that put this together, because he's an engineer with Nissan, and he's done a lot of work in putting this together. But I spent over an hour looking at this because I wanted to ask myself the simple question: will it generate enough money to pay for it? That's what I had understood that has been insinuated, that this will at least pay for enough for the roof. So if you look at the tax revenue generation, what the author of this report looked at is at three different revenue sources, tax revenue sources. The first, as you can see, it says, well, at the bottom line is the first year that this arena should be able to produce $114,000 in additional revenue to the city of Hendersonville. And he has broken that revenue stream out by first looking at the Sumner County lodge tax, 5% on lodging and accommodations. That is the Sumner County's portion of the hotel motel tax of 5%. And I know the answer to this. So he is counting on that revenue for Hendersonville to help pay for this bond. And Robert, I know the answer, but I'd like to ask you the question. Does Hendersonville get any of the Sumner County lodge tax, the county hotel motel tax?
No, we have our own.
So we can eliminate $40,000 right there out of that. Well, let's look down at the county sales tax. The county sales tax, they are projecting, and he does a lot of calculations before, and I'm not going to get into the methodology on some of those assumptions. I'm going to accept his assumptions. But on the county sales tax, he said that Hendersonville should be able to see an additional $52,676 in the county sales tax of 2.25. Now, Robert, I know the answer to this question, but I'll ask you, is that an accurate statement? Does the city of Hendersonville get all of the 2.25 county sales tax that is spent in Hendersonville?
Not all of it. I would say we get about half.
Half of it.
Yeah.
So that automatically reduces the estimate of revenue to the city for the covered rinks over 60%, and it only compounds in the future as that revenue stream grows. Now, again, I'm not criticizing the person that did this. What I would like to ask Chairman Cunningham is for this vote on this matter to be delayed, because we are looking, I think, at fatally flawed data. And I am not comfortable in moving forward. Now, I'll move forward on the fire hall. I'm ready to do that tonight. But based on the numbers, I think that it would be, I cannot move forward knowing that the numbers are not accurate. And I would urge Chairman Cunningham that you take this back up in Finance Committee, and that Mr. Manning get with the creator of this spreadsheet to try to correct the errors. And there may be others in the spreadsheet, but I've already, through my analysis, found about 60% of the revenue of this would not come to the city of Hendersonville, which to me makes it, based on all the other information that I got after talking to these other people, I just cannot possibly support a roof on that. So I would ask you to take this back to the Finance Committee, get these numbers right, and bring it back to the board whenever you're ready. So,
Alderman
so
Robertson, are you making a motion? Do you want us to continue discussion and then come back to you? Or do you want to make a motion now to refer this back to Finance?
I would like to, I don't want to cut off debate. I have done my best to provide what I think is an accurate, clear picture. And let me just say that when I worked with the state, I did this on public utilities, day in and day out. You have to look at the numbers. You have to make sure the numbers are correct. I don't believe they are. So I will wait after discussion. I would like for Chairman Cunningham to make this motion on her own volition. I will be happy to make it, or I'll be happy to second her. But board, we're not ready to move forward on this. We don't have enough information. The information we've got is not accurate enough, I believe, to make such an investment decision in the city of Hendersonville. So with that, I'll allow other discussion and then come back to me if there's no motion afterwards. Thank you.
Alderman Robertson, what I'll do is I'll do exactly that. Is we'll go through the other people that are in the queue and ask and give them an opportunity to speak. I would hope that nobody in the queue would call a question because you've been gracious enough to put off your motion to allow more discussion. You could make that motion right now, but you've decided to let everybody else speak. So we'll come back to you after the people in the queue have spoken. I appreciate that. Alderman Cunningham.
Well, are other people in the queue, Mayor? Because
Yeah,
I want to make a motion, but I don't want to make it. I want
Okay.
everybody to have a chance to speak first.
Okay, I'm gonna do my best to go in order of people who have not spoken yet. Alderman
Thank you,
Brown.
Mayor.
Thank you. Alderman Brown.
All right, I'm trying to unmute.
You're unmuted.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I got in this a while ago just to ask that I would also be put on as a co-sponsor, because I think it's definitely something we need to do, especially when it comes to fire hall. Thanks, sir.
Without objection, we will add you to that. Kay, did you catch that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Bolt.
Yes. I've called in here because my computer won't work, so I'm trying to make sure my phone doesn't die. But I wanted to make a couple comments on Alderman Roberson's analysis there. I'd say one thing is on return on investment for city services is not accurate. We don't ask that of every time we put in a soccer field or every time we put in a baseball field or something like that. It's for our citizens and what our citizens actually need as to whether or not that's something that should be provided. There are, I think, David Gilliam, if I see him on there, if we could suspend rules, I don't know that he wants to speak, but if he'd like to address whether or not covered actually helps or not, I'd like him to do that. As far as some of the comments that these other people made, I have experience with indoor soccer arenas and how that works. And when it's privately funded, it's an issue because they absolutely have to make sure that there's as many activities going on as possible for the investors to make money. And in this case, this is a city service that we're providing for citizens, our citizens. And so theoretically, we don't have to make a profit on something like that. And so we don't address that relative to other sports in the community and the parks, but yet we're doing it here. And but relative to the covered or not covered, would it be appropriate if we ask David Gilliam to have a comment here?
Sure, I think it is. Dave, I see you're with us, and what I'm going to tell you first off, Dave, you have no obligation to speak at all. And what we need you to do is just answer this question. There may be more questions. You're not participating in the debate. You're answering a question for. And I believe that Alderman Bolt's question was, can you tell us the importance of covered? Alderman Bolt, did I get that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, appreciate it. So Dave, you've unmuted yourself, so go ahead, please. And introduce yourself too.
Certainly. My name is Dave Gillum, and I'm the president of Hendersonville Inline Hockey Association, also a resident of Hendersonville. And covering the rinks allows one thing in particular. We have letters from 3 different regional, 1 national tournament directors who have expressed an interest in hosting regional and national tournaments in Hendersonville. Some of them have historically tried to do that here and at the existing facilities. And due to those not being covered, inevitably those tournaments were always canceled. In addition to that, we also have a letter from a box lacrosse tournament director who has also indicated an interest in hosting multiple box lacrosse tournaments at a new facility. Once again, that's predicated on those things being covered. So I hope, Alderman Bolt, that answers your question.
Alderman Bolt.
Yes. But yeah, I wanted to ask about the county tourism money, because I'm not sure that I understand that. But Amy Gilly, do you have information about that?
Sure, I can. I mean, the county hotel tax budget typically is around $800,000 to $1 million a year. And that a large portion of that is used by Barry Young, the director of tourism, to give back to the city of Hendersonville to help us bring in events, whether that be in the form of cash payments, whether that be in the form of hospitality for tournaments, whether that be in the form of buying hotel rooms, just like they just did for the TSSAA cross country, whether that be in the form of giving Game 7 World Series $7,500 to come in here and have opening ceremonies, whether that be paying field rental fees in the form of $2,000 to $3,000 a pop for national tournaments. So when you see the line that says 40,000 county hotel tax, I can assure you that we get more than 40,000 each year already from the county tourism office. They're our biggest partner when it comes to helping us bring in events.
And we've not talked about this before. It seems like a year or so ago, I think I had heard you say, and maybe I misunderstood, that for a city our size, we spend less money as a percentage of budget or as actual dollars than other cities for our parks department. Is that accurate?
I've sent that to you guys multiple times. Each year, the report shows we are way below the national average when it comes to funding our parks department.
And I'd say that
I don't know how to say it more clearly.
Well, I think Dave, and then you taking it to the next level, done an outstanding job with the parks department. So I don't know that we've, overextended ourselves financially relative to the parks facilities and the parks department. That's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Alderman Bolt, thank you. Dave Gillum, thank you for your help as well. Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there others in the queue who have not spoken before me? I don't want to take their spot.
No.
Call to question.
I've been sitting here. for
No,
quite
wait a
some
minute,
time.
wait a minute.
We have a motion to call the question. Do we have a second?
No.
I just asked if anybody was waiting to speak on
That
this.
has not spoken, no. We have a couple people that were in the queue when I mentioned it a few minutes ago.
Alderman Skidmore, did you want to speak?
Yes, I did.
Alderman
I will
Petrelli,
withdraw.
Alderman, thank you. Alderman Skidmore, go ahead, and then we'll come back to Alderman Waters, and then Alderman Cunningham and Alderman Sprouse.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I've enjoyed listening to everybody's comments tonight. It's been very good and healthy debate, and I appreciate that. I'll try to limit my comments as quickly for everyone, but I do have several comments. Mine is more of a procedural issue in terms of this bonding situation, but I'll get to that in just a second. My comments about the inline hockey is real simple to me, and I appreciate all the graphs and everything and all the numbers and all that, but it's more of a simplistic issue, and that is, you know, this is for the children of our community. It really is. And the inline hockey whole situation has been horrible with the flooding that has gone on, the insurance money that we've spent, some of it. We have pretty much promised these people that we are going to do an inline hockey rink for them. We've moved them now, I guess, what, twice? But that's an issue, you know, and I accept that because it's to save the hockey situation. If you all have seen it time and time again, when it was rocking, when everything was right with it before the floods, it was packed every weekend. So I knew that it was a good thing. I reject the fact, or I reject, with all due respect, I can't remember the alderman that said that this may be, that he spoke to somebody in, I think in Gwinnett County in Georgia or something like that, that said that this was a bad idea for us. Quite frankly, I think it's the opposite. I genuinely believe that. And I think we should support this. We've supported every single other sport in our city, and we need to support this as well. It's proven itself to me. I think it's proven itself to others. And so we need to go ahead with this, with the bonding. Now, in saying that, every sport that we have in town is not going to be a profitable situation in the first couple of years. I acknowledge that. And I know every alderman on this board knows that's the same thing. And I can quite count, you know, I could start counting it, but I'm not going to. But you could start, okay, well, with this, and this, we know is not making a profit at this point. But I think it possibly could and will in our community. Especially, I think David said that he had 2 or 3, possibly, well, I think 3 for sure, of tournament players or people that run the tournaments and said we would welcome Hendersonville to have that, and we would go there. And if they have a nice experience, they're going to do it again, because Hendersonville, as you all well know, look where we are as far as our location in the state of Tennessee. We're right there. Although we're in the northern part of the county, we're still pretty fairly close to the middle. When you start thinking of everywhere else that comes to Tennessee, we're right in the middle. That's why they call it Middle Tennessee. That's obvious. But so that's one of the things that I feel about it. The other is, after we approve this, the bonding situation, what is the, and maybe Mr. Manning can tell me this, but I kind of know, but I kind of don't. And I want to make sure that I'm getting this right. where do we go from that in terms of, do we bid this bond? Do we bid the money out of what we're requesting, or how do we get to a certain bank?
Sure.
Mr. Manning.
Absolutely. Happy to sorry, my screen blacked out for a second. Happy to answer that. This resolution, there's a lot of misapprehension about it. This is the board stating the intent. And it's kind of like how we do grants in the same procedure. The board says, yes, it's okay to apply for that, and we'll see if we get approved. In the same vein, the comptroller is going to look at this resolution and see, they're going to look at our debt. They're going to look at the way we're doing it. The debt instrument, they're going to see, make sure that we're not doing a balloon debt where we pay too much at the end. Long story short, once the comptroller has approved, generally, depending on the size of the borrowing, if it's 6 million, if it's the 6.5 million, then we will bid that out nationally. But if it's under $5 million, we'll bid that out locally and have banks submit proposals. And so once we get those in, we'll likely have a finance committee and an opening and a finance committee to select a top three, or select the bank of choice, and an ordinance will be drafted and then brought to the board, so that we hear a lot about the new board. The new board actually would consider that. This has no actual financial implication today. This one today is the intent to move forward with the RFP process, and the financial piece will come later once we've gotten all of our information that we can.
Okay. And then my final, thank you very much, because I want to know the process, because I'm very, very curious about it. And definitely I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. I will tell you that. Just because of what the process is and how this city goes about that. And then my final statement is this: I would be remiss if I didn't say this in terms of since there is a bond and the rates are fairly. I've looked at the rates and they're fairly decent. But I'd be remiss in reminding, I've listened to everybody tonight, and there's no criticism by me, but I think maybe Mayor Clary spoke about it briefly, and there might have been a couple of other aldermen, but have spoken about it too. But I know you all know this because all of us were hammered this past election by it. Our roads are in deplorable condition. And I'm sometimes astonished as chairman of Public Works that we need to start really seriously looking at our roads in Hendersonville. And I know you all know that, but you know, saying and doing is two different things. You can sit there and say, yeah, you know, the roads are right, but you know, we need another fire hall. Or, yeah, you're right, we need another police building, or we need 10 more cars than the police, things like that. And I'm not criticizing that because it's all true, but we've got to start. And I hope that, you know, this whole episode with this will make us realize once and for all that we've got to start looking at our needs versus our wants. Our roads are in deplorable condition, and we have got to start looking at spending more money on our roads. We really, truly do. And, you know, we all agree for it that that's true, but we don't do anything about it. And you come back, you know, the board, including myself, comes back with a budget on roads that are nowhere near what we need to be. So I would ask the board at this next year's budget, and possibly this year and this bond that we're getting ready to start move forward to, you know, with the money that is out there, the percentage that we may in fact need, you know, to put money towards, in a bond for our roads. And I know that's a shock to some of you that I've discussed this and that have seen me vote. I'm normally not a bond guy when it comes to roads, because we continually, after the road is fixed, as you well know, we're still paying on it. But with the techniques that we have, that we're starting to look at in public works, it may be advantageous to do this because the rates are so low. This is just a thought process of mine. I haven't even discussed it in a full committee of public works before, but it's just kind of, you know, I want you all to put that in the back of your head of where I'm trying to go with this. And that's all I need to say about it tonight. I know this is the first in the process, because if this passes tonight, the new board will have a couple of shots. They'll have more than just a couple of shots at it. They'll have several shots at it to look at, and who knows, the folks that come on board may have different ideas and solutions to solve all these issues that we have. So, Mayor, thank you for this evening. And now, if somebody wants to call the question, or if there's some others that want to speak, I'll be in agreement with that. Thanks.
Alderman Skidmore, thank you. You've inspired a couple people to hit their little blue hand there. And the next one that has not spoken so far is Alderman Waters.
He needs to unmute himself.
You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
You're good.
Well, thank you, Mayor. It's been a long day. I concur with everything that my colleague said at the very beginning. It's one thing you can count on him. Eddie Robinson does his homework. I'll tell you what, if he tells you it's raining, just get your umbrella and go on outside. I have only one question on this inline rink, and it may be a dumb question for Andy. Andy, the light that's already up there at this park, will they be able to be used if and when this does happen?
The lights at Volunteer Park?
Yes, sir.
If the short answer is yes, if you leave the rinks uncovered, we'll have to add more lights to what's already there, but we will still be utilizing the lights that are present, because one of the poles is double-sided and we still have an athletic field there.
Mm-hmm.
And the other poles on the other side nearest the hockey rinks would still be used, because we've got to have light around the facility, even if it's covered. If it's uncovered, we'll still have to have additional lights added.
Okay, thank you, Andy.
Yes, sir.
I want to move on to another item on this agenda here and I need to talk to either Marshall or Keith. If either one of y'all are here, or both of you.
I think we've got both. Alderman Waters, are you still talking about the bond issue?
I'm on number 4, Drake's Creek Runabout.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay.
I still need to talk to Marshall or Keith, if I may.
I'm on here, Alderman Waters.
There we go.
Hello, Marshall.
Hello, Alderman Waters.
Okay, the 680,000.
Yes, sir.
Is this the same runabout that's interest to the Durham farm?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Same interest, okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when I review ordinance 2019-16, and I read the staff's comments, and I can read them right now if you want me to. Thank you. It's the staff's comments. With this request from the applicant, staff has suggested major improvements to be incorporated as part of the development approval, which the developer has agreed to do. The first is a very large contribution to go towards a proposed large runabout at the east side of Drakes Creek Road, Anderson Lane, Countryside Drive, and Avant Road. You recall that one?
Yes, sir. I believe you're referring to the increased contribution for the permit fees from Durham Farms.
No, sir, I'm not. I'm not. That's not what it says. He agreed to do the runabout. I've talked to Bill Charles. I know what he said that night at the BOMA meeting. Now, my question, is he going to do it? Or is he giving us the $680,000 for Drakes Creek runabout?
Well, if you remember a few months ago, we have appropriated money to begin that process from the permit fees that we have already collected from that subdivision, as well as the other subdivisions in that area. We've gotten approximately $650,000 to begin that process, and the $680 that's been requested in the bond is merely to finish out the total we need to finish the project. And again, we're collecting fees as they build houses. We collect fees from all of
okay. Well, Marshall, wait a minute. I understand that. I was born on Monday, but not yesterday. Okay, I'm just reading you the staff report, and it says clearly that the developer agrees to contribute towards the proposed large runabout. Now, my question to you again: has he paid us the $680, or is he going to do it?
Let me help out here. I think there might be a difference in the developer was going to give us some money out of his pocket, but then we're also getting some money via the essentially the impact fees. Does that help explain a little bit better?
No, not to me, it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe I can.
Go ahead, Keith. Yeah.
Okay, Keith. Thank you.
So kind of what it is we've got all the money, as Marshall was saying, from all the per lot fees for Durham Farms, for Norman Creek and Fountain Brook, and those have been built up over the years. So we have that amount of money that Marshall was talking about. And then when Durham Farms got that re-entitlement on that estate villas, then part of that whole thing was that Durham Farms was going to contribute to help build the roundabout out there. And then part of that is that's going to be done. They'll have a partial of that payment that I think will be done when they record those plats. But then the remaining, I think the larger portion will be when each time they get a permit. So over the next 4 or 5 years, the majority of that money is going to come in. But I think what we were looking at this with the roundabout is going ahead and getting the roundabout built and getting the money put there today to do that. And then the city's going to get that money back over the next 4 or 5 years for the majority of that portion that Durham Farms was going to do. Otherwise, if we don't do something like that, it's going to be maybe 5 or 6 years, before there's enough money to actually have it all together. And so is that Marshall, is that correct?
Yeah, you're right. We've it's kind of two parts of the fee. We get the first part when they record the plat, and it's based on the number of lots in the subdivision. And then the second part of that fee is when they build a house. We get a portion then. But all together, though, you're right. It's gonna make us whole at the end of once all the houses are built.
Right. And I don't think from seeing the what's on the agenda, what's added to the agenda tonight, I don't see that the money for the roundabout is included in that 6.5 million. If I'm reading it correctly.
You don't see what, Keith?
That's not included in what's being discussed right now. That's not included. It's showing up there, but it's that part in red that's showing all the projects, and that's not one of those projects. That's in the seven.
It says Drakes Creek runabout, $680,000.
Yeah.
Help us out, Robert. Is that in the list that we're considering right now or not?
That was removed at capital projects.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry to
Yeah.
break in here. Yes, that the red here at the bottom is the capital projects committee recommendation.
Okay.
So the ordinance, or excuse me, the resolution being considered now is with those recommendations. But this was the original listing. So
okay.
So the red takes out the 680,000.
yes, the recommendation from capital projects was to remove.
But we're still coming up with 6,510,000, right?
Yes, sir, from these 4 items.
Okay, thank you very much.
Alderman Waters, anything else?
Yes, sir. I'm just getting started.
Okay, go ahead.
As for myself, I'm not totally against the resolution. It's the timing that I'm opposed to. And we all know this country, this state, our city, we're in a critical condition right now. This COVID-19 has just about closed down our country, our business, and everyone around us. It looks like it closed down every day. People are out of work. We have no idea who our next president will be. Our city is hurting. Our revenue is not what it should be. I spoke to a lady who is a district manager at one of the hotels last week, and she tells me that their hotel guest is down 15%. So yes, it would be nice to have these items that's listed here. Some are important, but are they important enough that we have to rush this resolution through this evening? I say no. The city does not need to take on any substantial debt at this point. Again, there's nothing here in this resolution that cannot wait until this virus is manageable. The city has over $13 million in debt, with the need to somehow service the debt the first quarter in 2021 at over $1 million due and payable. Now, has anyone thought about how the taxpayers will be repaying the $6 million that's piled on top of the 13 million? At best, it will not leave any available credit should we encounter an issue such as a tornado that hit Nashville this spring. We will have some board members that's leaving this month. We also have some members that's up for election in 2022. My main concern right now is our new board members. Everyone that I've met, they fought hard to get here. And whether you agree with me or not, I don't want them to come in facing a debt like we will have if this passes tonight. And none of you would want that if you was your first term alderman. It's just too much to put on our new members who will not have any vote at all on what we're discussing here tonight. I, for one, will not vote for a tax increase if it ever comes available. And you can rest assured, next year, we are going to be looking at a tax increase. So the bottom line, is this a want list or is this a need list? And to me, from what I've heard tonight, it looks like a want list. So again, if you're thinking about a tax increase next year, you just count me out right now. So in closing, Mr. Chairman, I want to make a motion to defer this resolution for 60 days with no amendments. I want to defer the resolution just as it is right now. That would give this board, with our new members that's coming on, an opportunity to ask our public works and our capital project chairmen to call a special call meeting. So for us that was caught off guard this evening, can meet and discuss with these departments. I realize one member stated already that it's been through committees. Maybe so, but I still refer back to our new members who need to be brought up to date. So there should be no problem having this meeting. The only fair way to handle this program tonight. It does not mean I'll change my mind, but I want some answers. And so, Mr. Chairman, my motion to defer 60 days as is stands, and I will yield back.
Second the motion. You're muted.
You're muted, Mayor.
Dude, sorry about that. I said brilliant things right there. Alderman Waters, I haven't heard a second. You are certainly within your authority, within your privilege to request a motion to defer. We still have one person in the queue who has not spoken at all. And I did tell Alderman Robertson that I felt like we should come back to him, and I think Alderman Cunningham expected to speak as well. You have every right to go ahead and repeat your motion now, and if you do, I'll see if we get a second. However, I think people tonight, the board members, have been very courteous, and maybe what thing we do is we go to Alderman Hayes, and then go to Alderman Cunningham, Sprouse, and Robertson, and move that route. And then after this item, I would encourage us to take a break. We have a couple people that really can't move away from the screen, and it'd probably be a good idea to let them do that. So Alderman Waters, you okay if I go to Alderman Hayes without recognizing your motion since it didn't have a second?
Was my motion to defer second by someone?
I second it.
Who was that? Alderman Robertson.
Yes.
Hi, Kathy.
So that's the way I stand. Thank you.
Okay, so this requires a majority vote. And Alderman Waters, are you saying we really need a time period, or we need something specific of what we expect to accomplish if it's being deferred? Are we saying 30 days, 60 days?
I said 60, Mayor.
Sorry, I missed that as well. So defer this for 60 days. Alderman Robertson, was that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to defer this. This is debatable. I see 4 hands up, which is Alderman Cunningham, Sprouse, Robertson, and Hayes. In order to speak on this motion to defer, it's got to be specific to about the motion to defer. It shouldn't be about the items in this budget. It shouldn't be the items in this motion. It shouldn't be about the cost of this motion. It should be about whether we dispose of this tonight or whether we come back in 60 days. So Alderman Cunningham, would you like to speak on the motion to defer?
No, Mayor.
Okay, I appreciate it. Alderman Sprouse, would you like to speak on the motion to defer?
Yes, sir. And I'd like to stay in the queue for further. Yes, I think that the board has shown good cooperation in the debate. We've seen a couple of people initially have a motion to close debate, and that has been withdrawn to allow others to speak, including Mr. Waters. I think it would be completely inappropriate for any member of the board to take that opportunity and then use it to take it away from other members. Thank you.
Alderman Sprouse, thank you. Alderman Hayes, do you wish to speak on the motion to defer?
No, sir.
I appreciate that. Alderman Robertson, do you wish to speak on the motion to defer?
No.
Okay. So I believe we've hit everybody that has their hand up. Alderman Skidmore, you're doing this, but I don't think you're trying to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Okay, so, Kay, will you please call the roll? This is our motion to defer this item for 60 days. Those who would like to defer it for 60 days, please vote yes. Those who oppose, please vote no when Kay calls your name. Thank you.
Bolt,
No.
Brown,
No.
Campbell,
No.
Cunningham,
No.
Edwards,
No.
Hayes,
No.
Petrelli,
No.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Sprouse,
No.
Waters,
Yes.
Woodcock,
Yes.
Clary,
Yes.
that's 5 ayes and 8 nays.
Okay, that fails without a majority vote. Alderman Hayes, you had your hand up a second ago, and I think it was to speak on the main motion. Would you like to do that now?
Yes, I would. Thank you,
Go ahead.
Mayor. I appreciate it. Robert, can you hear me? I just want to confirm what you said earlier. My understanding is this resolution, if it were voted in tonight, would give you permission to go out and seek a bid, an RFP, so that we could go ahead and set up the interest rate and possibly borrow up to 6.5 million.
That's,
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct. also give us a much better estimate on, like you said, interest rates and but yeah, it proclaims the board's intent to seek out banking institutions to potentially borrow with, and gives me the go ahead to start reviewing those and accepting applications, and at least put out notice for borrowing.
And so then once you get that information back, and it'll be possibly November, even December, at that point, you'll bring we'll have an ordinance in front of us to vote on the amount of money. I guess here's my question. Will the new board not have an opportunity to vote on the amount of money and all the different, everything from the interest rate that's approved? In other words, I want the new board to have a voice in this. I know that in December, well, in November, we're going to have one meeting where they're installed. And my concern is that there's only really one meeting in December, but that during that meeting, for sure, we can look at it with the new board. And then there'll be a second reading as it's an ordinance. So for a second time, the new board is going to look at that. Is that correct? And vote on it.
Yes. The new board, as we're calling it, actually we'll see this more times than the board we're talking to tonight. But that's exactly right. They'll review the items that are in it, the banking institution that that has been selected, the interest rate that's been given in that proposal, and the overall amount that's being borrowed for.
The reason I ask this and I mention this board is simply that in the Bible, it tells us over and over, the lender, the borrower is slave to the lender. I am not a big fan of borrowing money. And I'm not so sure I can even support this in December and January when we vote on it. But I would at least like for us to go ahead and be able to approve the resolution so that our director can set up the financing. And so for that reason, I'd like to ask Mayor, if you will, put my name on this resolution. Thank you all for your patience.
Alderman Hayes, without objection, we'll do exactly that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate that. Alderman Cunningham.
Is there anybody else in the queue?
Nobody, everybody else has already spoken once, and so we're working our way back through the list.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to, because of consultation with our fire chief, to remove from the, an amendment to remove the air packs for 610,000, which is 610,000 from the resolution to borrow the money from the bond.
So we've got a motion to amend this, and a second. Let me ask a clarification real quick. Robert, this list, do we even give a list to the potential lenders?
We have to provide to the comptroller with this resolution the items that the board intends to borrow for.
So we're locked into that list that we passed tonight.
Not necessarily. I've got an email from the comptroller today that if items get removed sometime between tonight's vote and after the RFP, we're good to reduce, but not to increase.
Can we change?
I would have to check on. I'm not entirely certain.
So what we're doing is Alderman Cunningham, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll come back to my questions in a second. Did you want to speak on this?
Well, my amendment, no, I don't want to speak to it. I'm going to call a vote on the amendment if I can. I just want to remove $610,000, which represent the air, what are they called here? The air pack replacements from the bond, because talking with our fire chief, we can add them. We can probably afford to add them to our next budget and be able to take care of it in that way, because they are not going to be due for another, due for another 2 years. And that's my amendment.
Okay. And I believe we had a second from Alderman Petrelli.
Yes.
Okay. So do you want to speak any more on this, or can I go back to my questions?
Do you have, oh, okay.
I do for Robert. So Robert, so if this passes tonight, this resolution passes tonight, and you go to the comptroller and you let lenders know that we are going to be seeking the sale of bonds.
Mhm.
Can we add to this list 2 weeks from now, a month from now, later on, without going back?
I don't believe you would be able to increase greater than without taking forward another resolution. You would essentially just amend the resolution we voted on tonight,
Okay.
and then go back out to RFP.
Okay. So, okay, I appreciate that. So I got the impression that this was sort of a formality and allowed us to move forward. But in reality, if the new board makes changes as far as an increase or changing some of those items, we have to start all over.
Well, no. I mean, to change one of the items, I would have to verify that. That's not the answer I gave. But to add above 6.5 million is what you're voting on tonight? Yes. I mean, the new board, if they wanted to borrow more than 6.5, obviously the new board would need to vote to borrow more than 6.5.
Okay. How are banks going to feel if we tell them this is our list, including many things that have a 30 and 40-year lifespan, and we come back and decide to put roads in there that only have a 10-year lifespan? Are banks going to be okay with that? Even though we're not increasing the total amount, are banks going to be okay with that?
Well,
is the comptroller going to be okay with that?
Lifespan of the road, but typically the list is giving to them during the RFP process, answering any questions that they may have, and taking a proposal not to exceed this amount. So it's never actually nailed down to an exact number until after the ordinance is passed, and what the items are as well. So they're usually very involved and typically watching.
Again, how are lenders going to feel if we use some of that money?
I can't tell you how they're going to feel. I'm just.
The banks don't look.
Well, hold on here. So I noticed in one of the columns there, we had a lifespan of what these items, how long these items were going to last. And and we have a list that we're going to provide to those banks. Do you feel okay changing that list with items with a lower lifespan without starting the process over?
Well, no, obviously I don't feel okay changing it to something that's lower than 12. That's not allowable. The lifespan has to be at least 12 years for a 12-year capital outlay note.
Okay. So it sounds to me that if we decide on this list, whether we adopt the amendment or not, we are locking the future board into that list, or we have to start all over.
That'd be false. That'd be a very deceptive statement. I certainly wouldn't support saying that.
What part of that was deceptive?
To say that it's locked in, it's not locked in. They absolutely can make amendments to it.
Okay, but that would mean that we'd have to start with that. The amendment would have to take us back to a resolution, what we're doing right now. Is that right?
No.
Okay, so would the banks want to start over the process, or would they allow us to just change that list to something with a lower than lifespan than 12 years?
Again, I don't work for a bank. I couldn't tell you.
But you were fine telling everybody that I was deceptive just a second ago, but now you remind us you don't work for a bank.
I didn't say that by any means.
Bank.
Okay. So
I said that would be a deceptive statement that I couldn't support.
What would be a deceptive statement you couldn't support?
To say that it's locked in. I couldn't support that.
Okay, so let's go back here. If we provide this list tonight and we send it out for RFPs and we discuss it with the comptroller, it's with the understanding that those are the items that we're going to borrow and that we include the lifespan of those items. If the future board decides to increase the total amount, first off, do you agree with what I just said?
You've circled the drain multiple times. I'm trying to keep up here. I'd be remiss to say that I agree because I'm trying to follow. So
okay. So right now we have a list for borrowing. Is that true?
That's yeah.
Okay.
Seems like.
We have an amount that we're going to borrow. Is that true?
Well, I don't think you have really either until you approve.
We have an amount that's on the floor right now to approve. Is that true?
It seems like it.
So Robert, one of the next steps, if this passes tonight, is you take the amount and you take the list and you provide those to the comptroller. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also begin the RFP process. You provide the list and the total amount to lending institutions.
No, I provide the RFP specifications for what we're looking for in a banking institution and looking to borrow an amount not to exceed whatever is voted on tonight.
Do you provide the list of what we voted on tonight? Do you provide the list to those lending institutions?
If it's requested, we can provide a list that may include these items.
If it's requested by who?
The banking institution that is submitting their proposal.
So we're going to put on RFP and not tell them what we're going to borrow for.
I'm certainly not precluding that information from anybody. I'm not keeping that secret.
If somebody asks for a list, will you provide this list to them?
I will provide a list that the board votes on and say this is a potential list that we appropriate.
Okay. Would you feel comfortable if that list changed? Would you feel comfortable not returning to those lenders and telling them that the list has changed?
I'm going to interject here, Mayor.
No,
You've
we're going
had
to finish
plenty
answering
of
this question. I'm having a hard
opportunity
time
to ask these questions in the capital project meeting. You were
No,
not
this-
present at that meeting.
These questions weren't asked. Please don't interrupt me. We're going to go ahead. So after
Wrap it up.
a lending institution has asked for that list and you've provided it to them, if a future board changes that list, do you feel an obligation to let that lending institution know that we've changed that list?
This is out of line.
A lot of this I consult with the comptroller, and if that happens, we can cross that board at that time. And just like Alderman Shelley said, happy to my phone line's open and happy to have that discussion, cross that bridge if we come to it.
Well, we just had some questions come up and I need your answers tonight here. So if you provide the list to lenders,
I'm not
sorry?
prepared.
If you provide the list to lenders and then a future board changes that list, do you
I'm not
feel an obligation to go back to those lenders?
I'm not prepared to answer that tonight.
I would hope that we would feel an obligation. I would hope that our staff would feel an obligation to go back to those lenders. If we provided them a list of what the items are that we're borrowing for, and then that list changes, I would hope there'd be an obligation to go back to lenders and let them know that that list has changed. What I'm hearing though is that we're not just taking a formality. What we're doing is we are locking in this process that this is what we're going to borrow for, and this is what the maximum is going to be, and these are the items.
That's not true.
Okay, what is not true about that?
We are not locking in, as I've said countless times.
Okay. So if we're not locking it in, does that mean that you will go back to the lenders and tell them that we've changed?
We haven't changed anything. We haven't even voted on it yet.
If we vote on this tonight and then we change it, are you saying that we need to go back to the lenders and let them know that we've changed?
We are not at that point, and if we get to it, then we can discuss it.
I need to know now. It's going to help me decide how to vote here.
I'm not prepared to answer that tonight.
You're not prepared or not willing?
I'm not prepared to answer that tonight, Mayor.
You're not prepared to tell me if we have an obligation to let lenders know that our list has changed?
I'm not prepared to answer that tonight, Mayor.
Pardon me, Mayor.
When will you be prepared to answer that? It seems like tonight would be a good night to know the answer.
When we come to it. When we come to that bridge, we will cross it.
So all the more reason not to vote on this tonight since
Comptroller about our duty to notify them of anything and everything that is voted on in this.
I think you've just given us all the more reason not to vote for this because you're not prepared to tell us if we have an obligation to let lenders know that that list has changed if it changes after tonight.
If you feel that way, so be it.
Let's see, Alderman Campbell.
Can we vote on my amendment?
I assume he's going to speak on the amendment.
I
I'm
need
just
to,
trying to turn my little blue hand off there, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay.
Take care of that. Okay. So what our amendment is to remove those couple items.
And no, it was remove one item.
One item, you're right, you're right.
The air packs for $610,000, that would reduce the bond
Okay.
to $6,020,000.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, I think we already had a second on that. Alderman Petrelli had already seconded that. Here's what I have. I have 4 hands in the queue. Alderman Sprouse, Robertson, Petrelli, and Bolt.
I
I'll
wish
call
we
on
could
you
vote
if
on
you want to
this.
speak on this one item, this amendment. Alderman
Fine.
Sprouse, did you want to speak on this amendment?
Yeah, I'd like to call the question on the amendment, please.
Second.
We have a motion, a second to call the question. This will take a 2/3 vote, which requires 9 of us to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor of calling the question on this amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Bolt,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Hayes,
Yes, ma'am.
Petrelli,
Yes.
Robertson,
Oh,
Skidmore,
No.
Sprouse,
Yes.
Waters,
No.
Woodcock,
Yes.
Clary,
No.
9 ayes, 4 nays.
That passes with 9 votes. Now we're going to vote on the amendment. The amendment is to remove that one item from the list of items that are included in this bond issue. All those in favor of the amendment to remove that one item, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Bolt,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Sprouse,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Woodcock,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
It passes unanimously. Thank you, Kay. Alderman Cunningham, back to you.
Thank you, board. That was the only thing I had. I wish we could go ahead and vote, but
I have an amendment, please, Mayor.
Alderman Robertson.
I have an amendment to the main motion to reduce the amount going to the inline hockey rink to 1.3. That would allow for the 1.6 million estimate using the almost 300,000 for insurance money. So I would reduce the inline hockey line item to 1.3, and that extra 1.3 that's in the total amount, I would move that in to supplemental paving.
Alderman Robertson has a motion. Alderman Robertson, can you repeat that for me? I had a hard time writing that down.
Okay, so Robert, can you pull up the items that we're voting on? Please. Okay, as the motion presently stands, there's 2.6 million for the inline hockey rink. I would reduce that to 1.3, which would allow for 2 inline hockey rinks, but with no cover. And the 1.3, we would add the insurance money that we have collected to bump that to 1.6 is what the estimate is. And another 1.3 million, I would move to supplemental paving. One of the things I heard during this election, everyone campaigned for, we need to put more money in paving. I heard it from Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3, Ward 4, Ward 5, and Ward 6. This would allow a $1.3 million additional. We could really make a difference in paving in the streets and the neighborhoods in your wards. I did notice that Gallatin, in their bond issue, they put a large amount of their bond into paving. So this would This would put $1.3 million into improving our infrastructure, into paving. And with that, I so move.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. And Alderman Robertson makes a motion and a second by Alderman Waters. Robert, can you remove the item on the screens, please? Thank you. There we go. Let's see. Alderman Sprouse, do you want to speak on this amendment?
I called a question on the amendment.
We have a motion to call the question
Second.
and a second. All those in favor of calling the question, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kate calls your name. This needs 9 votes.
Boat,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Trelli,
We have put millions of dollars towards paving this year since July 1st, and we've done
Alderman
zero.
Petrelli, it's a yes or no vote to call the question. There's no more
Zero.
discussion.
Call the
didn't.
question. Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yeah.
Sprouse,
Yes.
Waters,
Yes.
Woodcock,
Yes.
Clary.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Passes unanimously. Now we're going to vote on an amendment that would reduce the inline hockey rink expense from 2.6 to 1.3. It also includes an additional expenditure of $300,000, most of which has come from insurance, to bump up the inline hockey expense to 1.6 million. We would add 1.3 million for supplemental paving. Alderman Robertson, did I get that correct?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that. All those in favor of this amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kate calls your name.
Boat,
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Having trouble with my phone.
We hear you fine.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry. No.
Brown,
No.
Oh.
Campbell,
You're muted.
No. Sorry about that. No.
Cunningham,
No.
Edwards,
No.
Hayes,
No.
Petrelli,
No.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Sprouse,
No.
Waters,
Yes.
Woodcock,
No.
Clary,
Yes.
four ayes, 9 nays.
That fails without a majority. Alderman Robertson,
No further discussion.
appreciate that. Alderman Sprouse.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I want to start by saying I've had a neighbor message me just a few minutes ago saying that finance guy deserves a raise. Robert Manning, thank you for answering the same question over and over and over again many times. I don't know how it could be made any clearer, but for folks who are watching at home, we have a rule that says that if we go to 11 o'clock, we have to vote to go to midnight. And if we vote to go to midnight, we can't go past any further than that unless we vote to repeal a resolution passed previously by this board. So a lot of these questions, when they're asked multiple times, is really just to run out the clock. I'm going to be really quick. I think it's very fortunate that it's a couple of the things that have gone out on social media today have been answered pretty clearly. This is not the final decision. This is the starting point. This is just starting the process that likely would not complete until 2021 with multiple votes of the next board. By the way, the next board is going to be restricted by the budget we passed in July 1st. So it's not like they come in with a completely clean slate. I think it's very important to point out that this is a bidding process. It's very unfortunate that one of the speakers earlier tonight had to raise the question on social media, Mrs. Cunningham, that maybe one of the reasons she's supporting this is because her bank would be the ones who would be doing this bond. And that is just wrong. I'm sorry. That's just wrong. Couple other things to talk about is not buy paving with borrowed money. You don't. You just don't. It's not sustainable. We've done it a couple of times over the past few years when we've had to do a catch up, when we suspended paving in 2008 and 2009 during an economic downturn. But you cannot, that's like borrowing money to buy gas for your car as opposed to borrowing money for your car or for your house. If you want more money for paving, increase the tax rate to cover it or find cuts somewhere else. That's something that's going to be have to handle over the entire budget. Also heard about money coming back from the county when we were talking about fire hall. Yes, Hendersonville residents pay about 50 to 60% of county taxes. And so it's absolutely appropriate for us to want the county to give us some money back and to give us towards those services. It may sound very nice to say, oh, we don't want to do that because we need to find another way to get this revenue. It doesn't work that way. If we're giving them 50 to 60% of the money that's going into county funds and then that money comes back to Hendersonville, that's great. That's our money plus some other money from other portions of the county. If we say no, thank you, it's not like they're going to give us our money back. That money is going to go to Westmoreland or to Portland or Gallatin or somebody else who's going to work for this. I think this is just pretty straightforward, something that we need to do. These are infrastructure projects. The thing with if we were starting from scratch with inline hockey rink, I would be voting no, because we don't need to start this project. We don't need to start this endeavor. But what we have is an inline hockey rink that has flooded twice. Insurers have paid us twice for that loss. I don't know how many more times we have that. Mary's Magical Place, an incredible facility. Cities worked on this, the communities worked on this, and it's already been damaged by flood. We're now in a situation where we're not spending money to start from scratch. We're spending money to protect cities' assets. We're spending money to make sure that down the road we don't lose them again, and then we're scrambling when the insurance company says you can't do this anymore. So I ask, let's just go ahead and do this. Borrow money for infrastructure, borrow money to protect city assets. Don't borrow money for recurring expenses. And let's go ahead and get this thing passed. Thank you.
Alderman Sprouse, thank you. Alderman Petrelli.
Call the question.
We have nobody else in the queue. We have a motion to call the question. Without a second.
I would second it, Mayor, but I don't believe you have to call, you have to have if there's no one else in the queue, we're done. We vote.
Can we vote?
We can absolutely vote if nobody else raises their hand.
Okay, let's vote.
I certainly don't want to violate the rules as well. So we have one amendment that has been added to this, and that is to remove the air packs. And so we are voting on the main motion as amended. Does anybody have any questions?
Nope.
All those in favor of resolution 2020-59 for a bond issue borrowing what was initially stated minus the cost of the air packs, please signify by saying yes. Those opposed, please say no when Kate calls your name.
Bolt,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Hayes,
Yes.
Petrelli,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Sprouse,
Yes.
Waters,
No.
Woodcock,
No.
Clary,
No.
10 ayes, 3 nays.
That
Thank you,
passes.
board. You did a good
That
thing.
passes with majority vote. I'm going to entertain a motion to take a break. We have a couple people on here that can't take a break unless we all take a break.
Mayor, I'm good to move on.
Okay.
I am
let me-
too.
Okay, hold on one second. Okay, I got the okay from one other person. Next on the agenda, we have ordinance 2020-43. This is an ordinance to amend budget ordinance 2020-20 by appropriating funds from the general fund and the hotel lodging tax reserve fund balance. Alderman Bolt.
Can I group these four together? They're very
Second.
simple, straightforward.
Okay,
Yes.
so Alderman Bolt is making a motion to group what are items C, D, E, and F. And I believe I heard a second from Alderman Sprouse.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of grouping C, D, E, and F, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
You're muted, Kay.
Still muted. There you go.
All right. Bolt,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Sprouse,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Woodcock,
Aye.
Clary,
Aye.
unanimous.
Okay, so we have grouped first reading of ordinance 2020-43, first reading of ordinance 2020-44, first reading of ordinance 2020-45, resolution 2020-60. As I expressed when we set the agenda, I feel like these items shouldn't be considered by this board. They should wait until after the new board is has been sworn in. Therefore, I'm going to vote no. Any other discussion? All those in favor of approving first reading of ordinance 2020-43, first reading of ordinance 2020-44, first reading of ordinance 2020-45, and resolution 2020-60, please signify by saying yes. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Bolt,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Hayes,
Yes.
Petrelli,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Sprouse,
Yes.
Waters,
Yes.
Woodcock,
No.
Clary,
No.
Eleven ayes, 2 nays.
That passed with majority vote. Now we have resolution 2020-70. This is a resolution amending resolution 2020-36 by extending the term of the interim city administrator. Alderman Hayes.
Thank you, Mayor. This resolution is amending Resolution 2020-36, extending the term of the interim city administrator. I just want to, again, thank
Alderman Hayes,
some-
I need a motion first.
Okay, I'd like to make the motion that we pay the interim and city administrator up through March 31st, 2021.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I want to speak on that real quickly and we'll come back to you, Alderman Hayes. This is certainly an item that should wait for our new board. I do have a question about this. Alderman Hayes, how much have we spent on the interim city administrator so far?
I'm not prepared to tell you the exact amount. I know that we pay $75 per hour. I don't know the most recent update for the number of hours.
Do you know how much more this will cost us?
No, I do know, Mayor, that we only have one more business meeting this year. That will be because before Christmas, we're canceling that meeting. There's only one more business meeting this year. And I'm concerned that if we wait to the last minute, that there will be not enough time. What I'm grateful to remind you is that our new board is going to have an opportunity to see this on that 1 December meeting, and they will have an opportunity. If they don't like this, the new board, all they have to do is take this back. It could be done through a resolution from you or any of the other board members.
Alderman Hayes,
So
do you
this
know
is
how
not
much this
written in
is?
stone.
Alderman Hayes, do you know how much this is going to cost us?
$75 an hour And considering how well we did going through the pandemic under the leadership of Lamar, our interim administrator, and considering how much work he got done in the past less than a year in filling these 3 positions, and considering the morale of our City Hall workers after he has taken the lead and built the team work that's there, and last but not least, brought in a balanced budget that we did not have to raise taxes. We're getting a deal. I'm the most efficient expert you'd ever want to talk to. I promise you that our interim administrator is saving us money. He is keeping the troops happy, whether it's fire, police, all the City Hall workers. I'm telling you, I've done informal polls and morale is through the roof because of Dave Lamar. And so we're getting a great deal here. Nobody's more thrifty than me, Mayor, I promise you. And so the new board is going to have an opportunity to vote on this. And let me just give you the exact date.
Alderman Hayes, I'm going to come back to you, but I just have 2 questions for you, okay? I'm going to come back to you and let you speak on this, okay? But I want to make sure that you don't know how much we spent on the interim city administrator so far, and you don't know how much this was going to cost us by extending it 3 months.
I can tell you that we've saved probably over $1 million. And I don't want to get into the specifics. I want to make sure that we just.
Well, go ahead and get into the specifics. How have we saved $1 million?
Some of it's hard to say. I'm not prepared to tell you the exact amount. I'm sorry.
Okay. But I need to go back to it. So you don't know how much money we spent on the city administrator, and you don't know how much this is going to cost.
It's December 8th is the meeting that we'll have where the new members can vote on this. We can have a resolution at that time if you do not want to renew his contract. And on December 8th, the new members can vote.
Okay. Hey, Robert, help me out here. Did our interim city administrator propose a balanced budget? Robert, are you with us?
It was, yes, I'm with you. I'm confused.
Okay, well, let me make it simple.
Yes.
Were there greater expenses than revenue in the balanced budget that was proposed?
It was a balanced budget. I believe that's what you asked.
Well, no, I'm asking you, were there greater expenses than revenue in the budget he proposed?
Yes, same as all 4 years prior.
So the budget he proposed was not balanced, am I right?
Nope, that's not what balanced means. It's considered a balanced budget so long as there are sufficient reserves to cover.
Okay, I thought balanced budget means that the expenses are equal to or lower than the revenues.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
am I wrong that balanced means? I mean, that's my impression. What balance means, that the expenses are lower or equal to the revenues. Am I wrong about that?
I can't tell you what your impression.
No, I need you to tell me if I'm wrong.
I have told you the answer. And that's all you get.
Tell me if that is incorrect.
I've already given you the answer.
No, you haven't. You haven't, Robert.
Okay.
So tell me, is the definition of balanced budget what I'm saying right now, that the expenses are lower or equal than the revenues?
I've given you my answer.
What is it?
I've already given it.
Well, can you give it to us again?
Luckily, we take it. I've given you my answer, Mayor.
Well, give it to me then. Oh my God.
Come on, Robert, give it to me. Give it to the board.
I've given you my
Order here, Mayor.
Robert, I'm going to give you one more chance. Can you answer that question? Did I have
Why are
the
you
definition
badgering
correct?
him like that?
Well, it's because I'm not getting the answer.
That's
and other
not
people have asked me.
nice.
Robert, can you answer the question for
Mayor,
us? I know
be
you say you've given it
nice.
to us.
Be
Alderman Cunningham,
nice.
hold on, I'll come to you. Robert, can you answer the question, please?
One more chance.
We'll move on. Alderman Edwards.
I have never in my life seen that before in my life.
Alderman Edwards, go ahead.
We did pass a balanced budget, right, Robert?
Yes, sir.
With no property tax increase?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And was Mr. Lamar in charge of presenting that budget to us?
Yes, sir.
Was it balanced when he presented it?
Hang on a
Okay.
second.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of talk about what Jonathan, what Alderman Hayes was talking about. Attorney John Bradley. So we don't have a contract with Dave Lamar, do we? Like a written
No, sir.
contract?
No, sir. It's just an appointment where he makes so much per hour so long as he's working for the city.
Okay, so he serves at the pleasure of the board, and then we're not proposing that he enter into a written contract through March, right?
No, the resolution does not make any reference to a contract.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Alderman Edwards. Alderman Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to make one statement. You know, we have budgeted in our budget for a city administrator already, so it's not going to cost us any more money than we already have budgeted for the year. Thank you.
Alderman Brown, thank you. Alderman Strauss.
Just to give you an idea of some of this, the savings that we've had so far from the city administrator, we have not been sued by employees or former employees or had threats of lawsuits. We have not had to have our insurance provider cover that. We have not had to pay them a premium to settle these lawsuits. We have not had contracts presented to the board without information being withheld. We have not had a situation to where we suddenly had to scramble and find reason to handle yard waste because that was taken out of the contract after the RFP. We have not had a situation where anyone has told this board when caught with falsifying documentation and time cards and instructed an employee to do that. Don't worry, I've sent a letter to the controller's office. When we asked for a copy of that letter from the controller's office, we were told, don't you trust me? The answer is no, because guess what? The controller's office was asked. The mayor never sent that letter reporting the violation to the controller. I think this is during a time of transition, you minimize the amount of transitions that you work with. One of the things that we have to do to deal with our employees and to keep some semblance of order within City Hall and satisfaction during a time of transition is we minimize their fears of changes. So giving them the ability to report directly to a city administrator so they don't have to be, I mean, think about it. In this meeting tonight, city staff was only allowed back to be a participant in this meeting because the city administrator asked for the staff to be returned to the meeting. Quite simply, can you imagine what the cost could be if we were having meetings about millions of dollars and the city staff who are the day-to-day experts on this are not allowed in the meeting? Can you imagine having to report on a daily basis to someone who's going to badger you the way that we've been badgered right now? That's where we lose the money. So what I think is very possible to do is to give the new board a time to come in, to see what's going on, to get relationships with staff, let staff be comfortable for a few months developing relationships with the new board members so they can make their own decisions. And they can make decisions based upon their own experiences and not because of some one-sided stories that may be told to them by one or two members of this board. Thank you.
Alderman Strauss, thank you. We've got nobody else in the queue. I'm looking around to make sure nobody's waving at me.
Mayor?
Alderman Hayes.
I haven't read it, but I understand there's a post that went out from you on social media this afternoon after I put this resolution in.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know the details, but I'm afraid it's probably very hurtful.
You haven't read it and you're saying that?
I'm afraid that it's probably very hurtful because there'll be a trail, a thread from people who don't even know me. And so I want to ask you, well, I tell you what, I'll see you at Rotary in the morning, but I really want you to think about whether that was the right thing to do before this meeting tonight. I appreciate you, Mayor, but it's very hurtful. And let's just talk man to man tomorrow.
I think you'll agree that I reached out to you a couple days ago, and I did that, right?
You said, yes, you've reached out and I've reached out to you, yes.
Okay, and you want to talk later on, okay? And you also said you haven't read this comment, but you think it was hurtful.
I know that the comments that are the threads after it are very hurtful.
Have you read those?
I've seen some.
You haven't seen you actually haven't seen the thread. But the
I've
initial
seen the
comment-
thread, but I didn't read it by detail. I guess, Mr. Mayor, I want to work with you, but I'm really concerned that you would do something like that on social media to hurt me. But we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Alderman Hayes, you are saying I did something to hurt you and you haven't read it. And I'm going to say that I provided information to people.
Just go read the thread. And if there's anything ugly that you would say it at least is a little not civil, I'd like to ask that you take it down.
Okay, that's certainly possible.
Thank you.
But I don't think you can blame me for what somebody else wrote after I provided them information. Would you agree with that?
I do not agree, Mayor.
Wow. Alderman Waters, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we heard perfectly the speakers that came in tonight before the meeting started. I think each one of them had a comment to say about this interim city administrator and how they disapproved of that position. During the early voting, that's what I heard every day from people that came in to vote and people that I work with. Early voting was terrific, and they all were asking, why do we need an interim city administrator? I didn't have the answers. So I'm saying this to everybody that's leaving the board and those that's going to be voting in 2022 or running. I want you to be careful. I want you to think about our contestants here in our wards, what they think, what they say. They run the city. You don't, I don't. They run the city. And the day is coming when some people's going to regret this position of a city administrator. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Waters. Alderman Brown.
I have nothing, Mayor. I'm sorry.
Appreciate that. Alderman Waters, thank you. All those in favor of resolution 2020-70, please signify by saying yes. Those opposed, please signify by saying no. This is a resolution amending the resolution 2020-36 to extend the term of interim city administrator. Okay, please call the roll.
Bolt,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
No.
Skidmore,
No.
Sprouse,
Aye.
Waters,
No.
Woodcock,
No.
Clary,
No.
eight ayes, 5 nays.
That passes with majority vote. Okay, help me out. I believe the only thing we have left is consideration of canceling the December 22nd meeting. Am I correct about that, Kay?
Correct.
Okay. So this is obviously 3 days before Christmas, so I'll entertain a motion to this effect. Alderman Cunningham.
I just wanted to wish Jonathan Hayes a happy birthday.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I move approval of not having a meeting on the 22nd.
I second.
Alderman Robertson moves and Alderman Campbell seconds that we cancel the meeting on December 22nd. Any discussion? All those in favor of canceling the December 22nd meeting, please signify by saying yes. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Bolt, Bolt,
Looks like he's dropped off.
Brown,
I think Mr. Bolt's silence is his vote. I'll also vote along with Mr. Bolt. Cancel.
Campbell,
Aye.
Cunningham, Cunningham,
Cancel, yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Hayes,
Yes.
Petrelli,
Yes.
Robertson. I'm sorry,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes to cancel, yeah.
Sprouse,
Abstain.
Waters,
Are we talking about the November the 24th meeting, Kay?
December 22nd.
December? Good God. Abstain.
Woodcock,
Yes.
Clary,
Yes.
11 ayes, 2 nays.
That passes with a majority. I think there's a couple of abstentions. Alderman Robertson, did you want to make a motion to adjourn?
Hey, let me
Another
let
motion.
me ask you a question.
Hold on 1 second. Alderman Waters, go ahead.
When are we going to meet in City Hall? Can we meet the 24th of this month?
That's something I will get back to y'all on. If we want to add that to the agenda, it requires a 2/3 vote now. But I'm fine getting back to y'all on that.
I move that we add it to the agenda now and go ahead.
Second. I
We have
second
a-
it.
We have a motion, a second, to have our November 24th meeting live at City Hall. Any discussion on that?
My only discussion is that we're going to have a swearing in ceremony, and those that aren't comfortable in attending, I'm sure that our IT department can work out where they can participate Zoom. But this is a very important experience for 3 new board members. And so I encourage the board to approve this motion.
Okay. First, we have to get the board to put it on the agenda, which requires a 2/3 vote. Does anybody else wish to speak on adding it to the agenda? Alderman Sprouse, do you want to speak on adding it to the agenda?
No, I'll speak to the question that should be added to the agenda.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second, to add this to the agenda to consider holding our next meeting, November 24th, as an in-person meeting. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name. This is to add it to the agenda.
Bolt. Is he gone?
He's gone, I think.
He might be gone.
Brown,
He might
This is to add a discussion about this to the agenda.
Yes.
Add
And
it to-
consider it.
I would like to know how many aldermen are still available. From the pictures that I see, there may be several gone.
We'll find out as Kay calls her names.
No.
Campbell,
No.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Hayes,
Yes.
Petrelli,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Say no. I think the mayor can decide, actually.
Sprouse,
No.
Waters,
Yes.
Woodcock,
Yes.
Clary,
Yes.
eight ayes, 4 nays.
And Kay, help me out here. We currently only have 12 people in attendance, so 2/3 of the voting members would be 8 people. Am I correct?
Sounds correct to me.
Okay. Any reason to challenge that decision by me? So we have-
What do we need? 2/3?
We need 2/3. We have 12 people participating.
Okay. so-
Eight people voted yes. So I am going to decide that this is properly added to the agenda. Alderman Robertson.
No, we need 8. You're right.
We got 8.
Alderman Robertson.
I just did the math.
So it's going to be for discussion. So I move that we have our next meeting in person for those that wish to attend, so we can have a proper ceremony for swearing in.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Alderman Waters. Alderman Waters, do you wish to speak on this?
No, thank you.
Okay, Alderman Sprouse.
Yeah, I don't have any technically dog in the hunt after that, other than being just a private citizen. But here's just to address the concern, since it's been brought up, about why we're not meeting live. It's very important to consider. It's very important to consider that meetings in public business can be compulsory. if someone has a reason to address the board, that it's very important that they be given access to what we have. They should not have a situation to where any member of the board, any member of staff, or any member of the public feel like they're putting themselves in a dangerous situation by increasing. The numbers right now in Sumner County are higher than they were when we literally shut down City Hall to all employees. So that's something to consider. I think that this, and so the other thing we have to look at from an IT standpoint, it's very difficult. There's been some tests. It's very difficult to have a hybrid type meeting where some people participate via video conferencing and some people participate via a in-person conversation. It doesn't matter if it's Sunday school. We've did a test before a committee meeting. It's very difficult. It's an issue of access. So my one request would be in this vote is that this be only for the meeting, the second meeting this month, because the business that will be conducted will be very light. The people who will be coming to that meeting will be coming by their choice or to support their friends and family, but there won't be substantial business being discussed. And so my concern would be if you do this for the next meeting, that coming back in December, you go back to the opportunity that we meet during this forum. And that's my one request. If it needs to be offered as an amendment, I'll offer that as an amendment.
Alderman Sprouse, thank you. Alderman Edwards.
Yeah, I do support having that in person so the newly elected officials can have that experience of actually getting sworn in. I will be out of town. It doesn't matter to me whether I get sworn in. I was I was sworn in 2 years ago. I can just come up to City Hall anytime and get sworn in. That's not a big deal for me, but I do want people to experience that. Because I will be out of town and we're not going to have this, apparently, it doesn't sound like we're going to have this by Zoom. There's probably enough votes there. I would ask that any business such as appointments to committees be moved to December 8th. I would just make that request. I don't necessarily think I have to make a motion. Just request that any business be conducted on December 8th, just so I can at least be part of that. And that'll at least give us a little bit of time to discuss and talk about who's going to be on what committee.
Alderman Edwards, thank you. Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. Will there be a COVID protocol for folks coming into the building and limiting it to, the new aldermen and their family, or is this going to be open to the public? And if it's open to the public, will there be limits on how many people are in the building based on COVID protocol?
Dave, you want to answer that one?
Well, I'd like to know what you think first.
I don't direct any staff, so I can't commit to staff enforcing anything or setting up tables or putting shields or handing out masks. So Dave, you want to?
No, I understand that, but I'm asking you what your impressions are, Mayor. What do you think we should do? You're the mayor.
I think we should follow the laws and the mandates that we have at hand.
I agree. 2 minutes.
Alderman Waters. Alderman Waters, I got your hand up. Did you want to speak? Oh, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yep, there you go.
Okay. I was listening to Alderman Edwards there. I don't think we even discuss or vote on committees until the 2nd, I believe. So I think he'll be back. Don't shake your head. I ain't talking to you.
Alderman Waters, we have 2 minutes to conclude this meeting.
You're
Okay.
wrong, Mr. Waters. I'm sorry.
Appreciate that.
In my head.
Okay. I didn't interrupt you. She'll be glad when you're gone. Okay.
Thank you, Alderman Waters. All those in favor of this motion to hold our November 24th meeting in person, please signify by saying aye.
I'm
Those
offering
opposed, please say no.
I'm
Okay,
offering
call
an
to me.
amendment.
Brown,
Mayor.
Alderman, okay, hold on just a second.
You're muted.
I don't know why I keep getting muted, but I'm
It's
all.
nothing I did, even though you're likely to claim that I did. Alderman Sprouse, if you're going to make an amendment, before you do that, you're going to have to make a motion to extend this meeting past 11 o'clock. And that's going to require a 2/3 vote.
Is it 11 o'clock? Then we stand adjourned.
Thank you.
All those in favor of this
Mayor,
motion, please
wait,
signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no. Okay, please go ahead and call this.
It's 11
Brown?
o'clock. We stand adjourned.
It's 10:59 vote.
It's 11.
It's 11.
It's
Good
11
job.
o'clock.
11 o'clock. We stand adjourned.
Yeah, good job.
Oh, boy.
Would anybody like to make a motion to continue this meeting?
We're adjourned.
Would anybody like to make a motion to continue this meeting?
If it's appropriate, I'll make the motion. If it's
That's-
appropriate.
I'll
Alderman
I'll
Robertson-
second it.
Alderman Robertson makes a motion to continue this meeting. Alderman Edwards seconds. It requires a 2/3 vote. Okay, please take the roll. All those in favor of continuing the meeting, please say yes. Those opposed, please say no.
Brown,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cunningham,
What are we voting on? I'm sorry. I
Whether we're
missed-
going to continue the meeting past 11
Standing
o'clock.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Edwards,
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Hayes,
I lost track.
Yes.
Petrelli,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Sprouse,
Yes.
Waters,
Yes.
Woodcock, Woodcock, Clary.
Yes,
That-
that passes with majority vote. All those in favor of the motion to hold
Like
our
to
next
offer my
meeting
amendment,
live,
Mayor?
please signify by saying
Mayor, I'd like
aye.
to
Those
offer my
opposed, please
amendment.
say no. Okay, please call the roll.
Mayor, I'd like to offer the amendment. The
We're going to
meeting.
go ahead. We're going to go ahead and call the roll.
Mayor, no, point of order.
We're going to go ahead and call the roll.
Mayor, I call point of order. I appeal the ruling to the board.
We're going to go ahead and call the roll. Okay,
Mayor,
please
I
call the roll.
no. You said that we could, if we wanted to extend the meeting to take the motion the meeting has been extended.
Okay, Alderman
I-
Sprouse, we're going to go ahead and call the roll.
I'd like to ask the city attorney his opinion on this.
Alderman Sprouse, I'm the chairman of this. We're going to go ahead and call the roll.
I appeal to the board. The board has the ability to vote on whether or not they take an amendment.
Okay, please go ahead and call the roll.
Mayor, this is an inappropriate vote. You know what the rules are. You were
It's,
elected.
Edwards, would you like to make a motion to call the question?
Mayor,
Alderman Edwards, would you like to make a motion to call the
Mayor,
question?
I have been recognized.
No, I'd like to hear, I would like to hear his amendment if that requires us to vote on allowing him to make the amendment. I would support that. I think that would be appropriate.
I think
Let me go in order, though. Alderman
second
Waters,
that
would you
motion.
like to make a motion to call the question?
this is highly inappropriate. I asked to make.
Call the question, Mayor.
We have a motion to call the question. Do we have a second?
Dies for lack of second.
Alderman Sprouse, could you please be quiet for just a second? I'll get you. You are the next one in line. Do we have a second to call the question? Alderman Waters, your motion fails for lack of a second. Alderman Sprouse.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope somebody learns Robert's Rules of Order to keep this little tyrant into check. This is ridiculous. I mean, I offered an amendment and I was told that I had to extend the meeting. The meeting was extended and we have to fight to do this. I'm sorry. We have a mayor. We don't have a king. I would like to offer an amendment that the decision to go to a live meeting apply only to the next board meeting. And returning back in December, we go back to the current protocols until the board votes at some other time to do that. Because one of the things is the next board really should be able to make a decision about how they vote. And the numbers are worse than they've ever been. So I think we have a low business meeting. Next meeting, we are in person. And then when we get back to business, we go back to this protocol so all residents can be fully involved and fully engaged. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
I'll second that.
We have a second from Alderman Brown. Alderman Waters, do you wish to speak on this?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I don't know. It seems like staying at home like we've been doing. It's just about about to drive me crazy. I'd rather be over there where I can look at him and the rest of them than to watch him eat while he's on the Zoom. But we've got to get back to work, and the only way to get back to work is to get back at City Hall. And I know everybody's concerned about the COVID, so and it's not getting any better. But are you afraid of it? I'm not. I wear my mask if I'm in a group. So if we meet at City Hall, we can wear our mask. That's all they require, and our distance. As long as we abide by those two rules, I think we're okay. This type of meeting by Zoom, I don't think we're doing anything but causing hardship over things. So let's get back to business at hand. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Waters, thank you. Alderman Robertson.
Well, I don't think that the amendment is needed, because if you look at the words of my motion, it was for the meeting in November, the next meeting. The motion does not extend that. So I think by the clear and unambiguous reading of my motion, it's clear that it only applies to this next meeting. And then we go back to the mayor deciding with the board whether we meet in person. So, I mean, we can vote on it. I voted to allow the amendment because I don't want to ever cut off debate. But Mr. Sprouse, with my understanding, with my explanation that the intent of the sponsor was only for the next meeting, will you withdraw your amendment?
I will be happy to withdraw the amendment based upon the idea that this vote is only for the next meeting.
Yes.
And
Yes.
following that meeting, we revert back to the board, whatever board, reverts back to the protocol where the city recorder will poll the board prior to determining the location.
So mote it be.
I will withdraw the amendment.
Alderman
Withdraw the
Brown, you
second.
withdraw your second. Thank you. We're back on the main motion. Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask a question of the Alderman Robertson?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, you mentioned that we're going to have a combination of Zoom and in person for the next meeting. Was that my understanding?
Well, I would like for Dave to work with the IT staff to see if that's possible, to allow those people that want to participate by Zoom to do that. And
Is that legal under state law? Could we do that, Mayor?
We can allow people to watch by Zoom. We don't necessarily have to allow them to participate by Zoom. If somebody wants to, we can create a hybrid, and people want to participate by Zoom, we can do that.
And could we vote by Zoom? Are we going to be voting on anything next week?
We can vote in that hybrid way.
Oh, okay. So we could legally do a combination of the Zoom and in person and vote that way for both Zoom and in person, right?
Yeah.
That was my intent. if it's
Okay.
possible.
All right. That's what I thought. I didn't know if it was appropriate. I didn't know if it was, legal or not to do that, but
And I will be wearing my mask at that meeting.
Arlene,
yeah,
can I
that
say
sounds
Hold
good.
on, Alderman, excuse me. Alderman Cunningham, go ahead.
Okay. That was my question.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some questions, but I'd also like to hear what the IT director says about hybrid meetings. I mean, how are we going to be able to vote on anything if half of us are there or half of us are not there, or there's technical difficulties?
Yeah,
We have a city recorder that can record those votes.
Mary Beth?
Let's let Mary Beth answer that question, please.
Oh, Mary Beth, go ahead.
Thank you, Alderman Robertson. We tested the hybrid solution. It wasn't effective for us. It really didn't work. It posed a lot of challenges. If you want my honest opinion, we'll do in-house, in person on the next meeting. But in order for everybody, it's either all Zoom or all in person. The hybrid, we don't have the technology to make it work without any issues.
So then I would like to make an amendment that only the swearing in of our new alderman is conducted at this meeting and no business is conducted at all. No votes are taken at all.
I'll second that.
Good motion, a second.
As an amendment to my motion.
Okay, I've got to ask a question here is I think that we have an ordinance that specifies what the business is. And I think that we can only change that by ordinance. Now, what we could do is we could decide to dispense of that when we meet. We have an ordinance that specifies what happens in our meetings and what's on the agenda in our meetings. And we can't change that right now.
Well, if we can't change it right now and we don't have a full house in 2 weeks, and we can, the IT director has stated that a hybrid meeting has not been effective, then we have no time to make that determination, which means
Can I
that-
make a suggestion, Mr. Mayor?
Hold on one second, Alderman Petrelli, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Bradley.
I was just going to suggest that you allow the meeting, the next meeting, allow those that are present to vote for one purpose only, and that's to adopt an agenda that has on it swearing in of new members as the only item. That way, no one's missing out on a vote of anything of substance. That way, the board can act. They can adopt an agenda that only has the swearing in on it, and then everybody's legal and that should work for everyone.
John, help me out. We have an ordinance that states that we have certain items on every board meeting agenda.
We have an ordinance that says that this is what we put on it unless the board votes otherwise. That's
Okay.
why I'm saying if your agenda only has the swearing in, let the board vote to adopt that agenda for that meeting only, do the swearing in, and everybody can, I think that satisfies everybody's concerns.
Okay. Alderman Robertson, did you get that?
Yes, I'll accept that as a clarification to my motion.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
my next concern is that if there is a failure of a hybrid meeting and there's not a quorum, then how are we going to get our new people sworn in, the new BOMA members?
Kay, help me out here. We can swear in people actually the day of, not including in, I think we have some flexibility there, Kay, am I correct?
It's my understanding anyone can be sworn in at any time. I mean, like Alderman Edwards is not going to be there, so he could be sworn in at a later date.
Okay.
Yeah, Alderman Good was sworn in at just not even a meeting,
Okay.
just a ceremony.
Right, I understand that. I guess my specific question is that if there is a failure of the hybrid meeting, how would we even get off the ground with an agenda if we don't have a quorum? I
We
guess
don't.
that's what my question is.
We don't, and that's the same risk we run every week on these meetings.
No, I think the IT director indicated that there's a higher risk of failure for a live and a Zoom meeting, for a hybrid meeting. Is that my understanding, or have I misunderstood, Mary Beth?
That's correct. It's not, we'll have to do significant testing. It's proven to be challenging and not capable right now to do both hybrid. It just doesn't work.
Mary Beth, I've got a question for you. Mayor, if I may.
Sure, please.
Well, it's still, I think Alderman Petrelli still has the floor.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll go ahead and I'll ask my next question. Go ahead, Alderman Robertson.
Scenario, Mary Beth, would it be possible for the aldermen that don't want to attend to just call in on the phone and not have to Zoom? So let's say there's 2 or 3 aldermen that don't wish to attend. Could they just call in and we put them on the speaker phone to pass the motion that Mr. Bradley has recommended?
There is one telephone in the main meeting room that would have to be on speaker, and that would be one person. I don't know if people can use cell phones. That's Attorney Bradley's. I'm not sure what's legal there, but as far as technology goes, it's either all Zoom or in person.
So here's the suggestion. What if we schedule a special swearing in ceremony? Because I want these new aldermen to have the same experience that we've all had. Nobody wants them to be stripped of that. So just a special swearing in ceremony, people can attend, you know, whoever can go, choose to go, whatever. And then the next meeting will be conducting business with the full new board on Zoom. Could we do that instead? I'd like to make an amendment that we have a special swearing in ceremony, and that way we avoid any hazard of a failed hybrid meeting. And then once they're sworn in at our next regularly scheduled meeting, you know, then we have our new board members and we can conduct business. I just don't want this night to be spoiled for our newest members because of technical difficulties. I see Mr. Bradley raising his hand.
Well, let me ask you a question, Mary Beth. Let me back up here a second. Can't we just, if somebody can't call in, can't we just have a conference call where 5 people call in on my cell phone and they participate in that vote? I don't see why we have to do Zoom or use anything, you know, anything we've been using for the past 6 months. We could use technology from a decade ago and just have a conference call.
Yes, Mayor, I believe I said that already.
Okay, well, super. So that would work in the case.
We needed to check with Attorney Bradley.
Yeah, we've got some specific rules that deal with Zoom and these hybrid meetings that don't typically allow for just a conference call. My suggestion is that we do what we've talked about, put on the agenda only the swearing in. If there's not a quorum, you can still swear in the people that are there. I mean, that's not even an issue. We're making this far more complicated than it is. If only 5 people show up to be sworn in, Mayor, those 5 will be sworn in. You're not going to do any business anyway. You don't need a quorum if you're not doing any business. If you do have a quorum, that's fine. But we're making this more complicated than it needs to be.
But in an effort for full transparency, why can't we just have a designated swearing in ceremony so that our newest members can be prepared to be sworn in, invite their families and friends, knowing that we will not be conducting business, relieving our IT department of going through great calisthenics to set up this hybrid meeting, which could possibly fail. And then our next meeting, we go back to regular business. Because if people are trying to call in on the mayor's phone or this and that, everybody may not be heard, or there might be technical difficulties. Let's just make this a special swearing in ceremony so that these folks and our outgoing folks can have that experience. And, you know I would like to attend the swearing in ceremony of our newest members, but there are others who cannot for various reasons. Those reasons are not our choices. And then we go back to our regular business at the following Zoom meeting. And there might be folks who are being sworn in that cannot attend a swearing in ceremony per their choice. So to make it simple, since we've already been made aware that the hybrid has a high potential for failure, that we plan ahead to make this the best experience that we can for our newest members.
I think that's what Mr. Robertson's motion did when he adopted my suggestion. That's all that's going to be on the agenda. It's going to be an in-person meeting. Nothing's going to be on the agenda except swearing in. There's no need to worry about a hybrid and all the technical difficulties.
But
the motion initially,
there's no guarantee of that. We don't control the agenda. That's up to the mayor.
No, but the motion is that the only thing that's put on the agenda, and the mayor is agreeing to this, is the swearing in. That as long as that's it. I mean, and if there's not a quorum, you can still swear them in.
Let's vote. Let's vote.
Yeah.
Amen.
I think that takes care of it, Ms. Petrelli.
Okay.
Alderman Robertson, will you restate your motion, please?
Mr. Bradley, would you state my motion, please?
For purposes of the November 24th meeting, the board is voting on this vote. If you vote for it, you're voting in favor of having an in-person meeting 2 weeks from tonight for the sole purpose of swearing in the new members so that those new members and their families can share the experience of the swearing in ceremony. And if there's not a quorum, the swearing in will still take place because Judge Lincoln will be there to swear them in. And if the issue of a quorum should not matter. This is a swearing in meeting only.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Thank you.
Who made, Kay, help us out. Who made the second on this?
I did.
Alderman Waters.
Alderman Waters, is that your understanding of what your motion was?
I couldn't have said it any better.
I think we all will agree with that. All those in
Let's-
favor of this motion, please signify by saying yes. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Hayes,
Yes.
Petrelli,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Sprouse,
Yes.
Waters,
Yes, ma'am.
Woodcock,
Yes.
Clary.
Yes,
Motion to adjourn.
That's unanimous.
that passes unanimously. Alderman Robertson makes a motion to adjourn.
Second.
A second from Alderman Skidmore. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye when Kay calls your name. Those opposed, please say no.
Brown,
No, because I was in the queue.
Oh,
I withdraw my motion if Mr. Brown would like to say something.
Alderman Brown, do you wish to add something to the agenda?
I would just like to ask a question.
We need to add to the agenda. What would you like to add?
Absolutely nothing. I'm so amazed that we just can't ask a simple question, but that's fine, Mayor.
Okay.
We can't, Steve.
Alderman Robertson,
Move to adjourn.
motion to adjourn, seconded by
Me.
Alderman Waters. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Cunningham,
aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Sprouse,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Woodcock,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
We're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good night.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Kay.
Good night.
Nine.
Night.